everybody, welcome back. Another Saturday night live stream, and I'm glad everybody could make it. We had a few people in here early, and we have 12 right off the bat. That's awesome. Thanks so much for coming, and if you're catching this on the replay, thanks for coming by. Nice to see you, and I'm glad you could make it. So let's say hi to everybody, and then I'll tell you a little bit about what went on this week, and hopefully somebody will drop by and come on in and be live in the studio, so you don't have to listen to me the whole time. The first person here at 7 p.m. was OU812 Reefing. Welcome. Thanks for coming by. And we have True Skills 710. Hey, Aaron, I hope you're doing well. Dylan Simpson, welcome. And there's Sean Clark. Thanks for coming, Sean. Scotty Damron is next. Hello. And NSB Reefs. Hi there. And Lynn Reef Nerd doing a cleaning and listening in. Oh, that's awesome. Let me think, where should I start? Last week we talked about cleaning my Sichi return pumps because they've been running for, 5 months now, and we haven't cleaned them yet. And I had noticed that the random flow nozzle on the right-hand side of the tank over here was not putting out the same amount of bubbles as the left-hand side when I turned the bubble scrubbing on at night. So I was kind of wondering if there was something clogging the pump, or, if it was getting in need of a cleaning to get full efficiency. So we did that. There will be a video. It went great. So, geez, I guess I shouldn't have said that. I should have put you on the edge of a cliff waiting to see what happened. So we decided just to do one. And we're going to put the second one on a schedule to do in a couple of weeks so that, we maybe alternate a month at a time cleaning them. I'm super impressed with those pumps. And yeah, but more in the video if you're interested in a reasonably priced, powerful return pump. Those things push my 600 gallons with no problem at all. So there was that. What else did I do? I got a frag order. 16 pieces. I'm very happy with what I received. I'm super happy with the shipping and everything else. And the only wish I have is that they've been a little more healed before they were shipped out. But that's neither here nor there. That's my bad. When I look at WYSIWYG, that's one of the things I should be looking at to see whether there's any healing that's been done down around the base. But anyhow, I'm very pleased with what I got. I've already started mounting them up on the rocks there. You can see that white blob is a rock with a coral on top of it. And I'm kind of distributing them all along that upper ridge because the back Atlantic panel is brighter. It's on a different program than the front because I have light zones throughout my tank based on the corals I have there, whether they're high light, low light, medium light, that kind of thing. So yeah, so that's pretty much all that happened this week. Who else dropped in? Hey, WVU Reefer. Hello, just smoked a turkey and this logged on. Nice. Did you have a tough time rolling it up? Sorry. Can't resist those jokes with all the smoking that's going on lately. Marcus Aurelus. Hello, 187. Everybody's just chilling. What else? I did testing this week. My phosphate was on the Hannah ULR checker was at 0. So I started dosing the Fauna Marin Elements again, phosphate. It's the most cost-effective one I've found of the manufactured products because it's super concentrated and large bottles, not horribly expensive. I mean, the stuff's not cheap. But you only need to put about 20 milliliters in to go the maximum dose for a given day. So I found out my tank does consume a certain amount of phosphate per day. I did the math. I forget what the number is right now, but I figured at the time, if I put in 15 milliliters per day, that would keep up with demand. But I stopped for a few days, then I tested and it bottomed out to 0. So it just kind of proves to me that I need to do some sort of dosing of phosphate. Mind you, having said that, I have quite a good crop of hair algae and turf algae and bubble algae along the walls of the 150-gallon section of my sump. and it's very healthy. So I'm sure that it's using some of the phosphate I'm feeding it. And I'm kind of starting to approach this as seeing that algae grow, seeing my chaetomorpha in the top section, my refugium grow. I know there's phosphate in the water. It's just how much is left over to measure in my test once all the algae is consuming it. So when I put the dose in, I put it in the return chamber section, so it comes, whatever comes straight up the pipes into the tank first, and then it can blend in with the rest of the system. So I don't know if it makes a difference. I'm just, trying to reason whether that's a good idea or whether it matters. So yeah, the phosphate thing, the nitrate was at 2, and it's kind of low, but it's not, probably not out of proportion with the phosphate the way it is right now. Blinky Fish, hello from the UK. Nice. Oh, Economical Reefers here. What's up from UK London? Welcome. Yeah, I know it's late for you guys over there. What else can I tell you? I still have some coating on the sand, not much. And if I fluff the sand every couple of days, it definitely improves. It doesn't seem to come back as quickly. And I noticed that there were polyps and tentacles out on the corals in the middle of the day when I did the fluffing. And obviously they like it. So a lot of corals benefit from turbid water, and I've always known that. I always used to fluff the sand in my Red Sea tank. And yeah, so that's been going on. I still am not rid of it 100%, but I can kind of live with it now because I know that if I need to, I can treat it. So yeah, I'm going to run out of things to talk about, you guys. Somebody doesn't come in here and relieve me. What else is new and exciting? I bought a secondary temperature, kind of a backup alert device. It's the Auto Aqua smart temperature thing. And I have to figure out how that thing works because looking through the instructions, there's nothing about how it gives you the alerts, whether they're all just visual, how you set the alerts. I have had no time to look for an app or scan any QR codes or anything like that. So I'm going to have to sit down and do that because I want to make sure that if my temperature sensor falls out of the shallow 50 where it is, it's measuring that controls the inkbird. If that comes out, then it's going to be the ambient air temperature that controls the inkbird, and that's about 5 degrees lower than the tank temperature than what I want. And so we all know what that might do. So this is meant to be sort of a backup to let me know if the temperature drops or goes up actually in the last chamber where the heating coil is. So I haven't quite figured out what the best way is to do this because that would be the first sign of a problem. If the water in that vessel where the heating coil is got too warm, then I would know that it's the heater has been on too long, and I would put a very narrow tolerance on it. Yeah, so I have to figure out how to use that to best advantage. Don't know what that is yet. I have no plans to plug the inkbird directly into it at this point, but we'll see. I might do that down the road if I have confidence that it actually works. Okay, everybody here. I don't even think I have any pictures to show you unless you looked on Instagram and saw some of the floofy corals that I've seemed to be getting lately. My bird's nest is just crazy with polyps and doing really, really well. Does anybody have any questions? Maybe that might be something we can do. Let's see, economical reefer. I find pH 8.2 to 8.3, I get extremely puffy coral polyp extension in deep color. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that reminds me, the other thing we did is we got a CO2 monitor because with the change in seasons, the advice that we have is like from the builder of the house and the mechanical guy is to turn off the air exchanger for the summer months. And of course, that's mainly because if it's super humid outside, that gets pulled into the house. Even though the air conditioner's on, if you start adding humid air indoors, you could have an issue keeping up with it. And you don't want condensation inside your house from cold surfaces and extra humidity. And of course, we have lots of humidity in this house. It hovers at around 50% in this room at the moment. So we bought a CO2 detector to see what the difference is in CO2 levels in the house when the HRV, the heat air exchanger thing, is on versus off, and whether the windows are open. And we want to try and kind of get a sense of how that affects the pH, because when we had the HRV off and the windows closed and just the air conditioner doing the air exchange, the pH was dropping down to 7.8, 7.81, and it had been up at 8.14, 15. Haven't quite reached 8.2 yet, but I felt like it was headed that direction. So we got a CO2 monitor, and we're just going to try and figure out what impacts the CO2 and what we can do to keep it as low as possible in the house. We haven't had a reading over 600 yet anywhere that we've put it, but we've only had it for 2 or 3 days. So we haven't really reached that stage where we've shut off the HRV and we're only having air conditioning. So we're going to see on the weekend, because it is supposed to get quite warm and humid, the weather, and it might be a good opportunity for us to sort of try and see what happens with it. So that's kind of the other thing that's been going on, is trying to fine tune some of that stuff. Oh, Marcus Aerolis, 837 a few weeks ago stream. It's 837 again this week. Wow. That's impressive. My Red Sea tank got to 8.3, 8.31. Of course, just in time for me to take it all apart. That's, it just never fails. That's what happens. What else is going on? I'm seriously thinking, and I've asked the LFS to look into it for me. I didn't know you can get captive bred gold flake angels. And gold flake angelfish are one of my favorites. And they're one that I would consider risking if I could get a captive bred and raise it from really young and just see how it would work out. And of course, my saying is, why get one when two will do? So if I could get a pair, I think that would be awesome. We're in the very early stages of that, because I still have to wait for a price, because then I'll know how long I have to save up frags to trade them, or how much money I have to save. But that's kind of something I kind of decided this week, is that I'm willing to try and just see what happens with that. I have the conditioning tank downstairs, the former Mollywood, the observation tank, and it has corals in it. And I would put any captive bred, newly acquired fish in there for several months to let it grow out a little bit and establish what its behavior actually is before I put anything in the main tank here. The Coral Beauty Angel has turned out to be wonderful. It swims all through the tank now. It does sort of avoid all the big fish, but it's not hiding. It just sort of swims in somewhere else if another fish approaches at feeding time or whatever. So that's pretty good. Oh, Algae Warrior. Hey, Garrett. Hey, Reefers, listening and doing some maintenance. Yeah, the Saturday night maintenance thing. So I know it's risky. And if you haven't seen the channel Oh Too Many Fish, it's the letter O, the number 2, and then many fish. His name is Dave. He's based in California. Not the Dave that from Dave's Nano Tanks. Is a different Dave. I think it's Dave. And he's the guy that has the outdoor frag systems where he has huge tanks all outside under some sunshades. His cooling out there is all evaporative. He recently had an issue where the sump cracked and he happened to be away. And so the water did not drain the system because it kept being resupplied by the ATO. So effectively, over the course of a few days, the water became fresh. And it's pretty devastating what happened. That was a couple months ago, I think, and I haven't checked back in. But I always thought of him as the angel whisperer because the type of angelfish that he has, just amazing. And it's all in a reef system. His display is a 400-gallon, I think. It's a very tall tank. And he was in the process of putting together a new system that would be bigger. So hopefully he comes back to it. But if you're interested, watch some of his older videos because what he has there is just really, really astounding. Okay. So sad what happened to his salinity. Oh, yeah. Man. But very scary what can happen. And I guess the part that cracked was outside, too. So he wouldn't have had damage, I don't think, to his house. Just everything in the system just couldn't survive what happened. There were a few survivors, but he was basically wiped out. Yeah. So we got 24 people watching. Come on, there's got to be somebody out there. Look, I got the glasses ready. Okay. Glasses are ready. Anybody new wants to come in? I don't bite. I promise. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk of CO2, and I noticed, I think it was you, Matt, NSB Reefs, I saw on Instagram with a test of your skimmer recirculating to try and have an impact on CO2. Marcus Aerolis, was it a plastic stock tank? Those can crack pretty often. I don't know. I would have to go back and look at one of his videos of when things were running. I know he did have some vats outside that formed part of his sump, and his actual tanks were glass, and they were up on tables, like, shallow, absolutely stuffed with SPS and fish, multiple angelfish. But no, I'm quite sure at least part of his sump system were plastic or polymer material. Yeah. Algae Warrior says, I believe it was acrylic. NSB, I would come in, but my lights just went off. Yeah, that is the drawback, isn't it? My lights don't go off till 11, and I did that for you guys. Well, actually, that's a lie. I did it for me too, because I'm usually not even awake until 10 o'clock or 11 in the morning. NSB Reefs, I didn't see any negative or positive out of recirculating my skimmer. Yeah, my Division 500, the Aquavitros Division skimmers are designed to be recirculating. There's a port already in the body. And the LFS guy, Nick, said he figured out how to do the recirculating just using fittings as opposed to buying the kit. They have a kit and it includes a little pump, blah, blah, blah. I haven't looked into it at all because honestly, I don't see the point, kind of, just because it's such a small aspect of your overall system. I mean, I guess if you had a nano system with a large skimmer, and it could have a larger impact, I don't know, maybe. Or if you lived in a situation where you're unable to bring in outside air and it made sense to try and scrub the CO2 out if you could, that might be a case where it would work. 1:23 a.m. in the UK. Blah. Yeah. Scotty Damron, working on plumbing the 110-gallon sump I made. So ready to get my 300+ SPS tank up and running. You stickheads, I don't know. I have to admit, of the 16 frags I got this week, one's a hammer, and 2 were Cyphastria. One I know is a Cyphastria. The other one, I don't think it is, but could be. But I spent about an hour last night looking through all my books to see if I could identify it more specifically, because it doesn't look like any Cyphastria I've ever had, and I've had quite a few. I have 5 different kinds right now. But anyway, the rest is all SPS, and I was very, very, very lucky to get an Acropora suharsonoi, and I have the perfect spot for it because I have that Gorgonian, and it throws intermittent shade on the rock below it. And there's a large area of that rock where I had a chalice right in the middle, thinking, well, it's a low light coral. It's a very low light coral because it's only about 30 par there. And I thought it would do well in that spot, but it did nothing. So I moved it to a brighter spot on the other side of that rock, and now it's flourishing. So I have this big empty area underneath the Gorgonian. It's like being under a tree. And so that's where I put the suharsonoi, because I did a whole bunch of reading about them. I've not had good luck with deep water acros, and this one isn't particularly difficult to keep. It just needs specific conditions, kind of low-ish flow, and it does better in lower light on the blue spectrum. So we'll see. And that's just reading a few articles here and there. So that's why I was kind of a little concerned about how not healed the frags were, because when we tried to cut the stem off the frag plug, the coral came off and fell on the floor, and the usual nightmare, rinse it off, because of course it has fish food flake dust and whatever on it. But anyway, I did end up mounting it directly in the rock without any plug or anything underneath it, because it came off. And that's the only problem. Some of these things you don't have much space to work with. If you remove them from the plug, you're handling the coral, and I would just prefer not to touch the coral if I can avoid it. But in this case, I couldn't. But I have a UV flashlight, and when I checked it after lights were out, the whole thing was bright green. So I know it's good. I checked it again this morning before the lights came on. Yeah, it was up that early. My God, what, Saturday? What's wrong with me? And I checked it again with the UV light, and there's no areas of tissue loss. So maybe I got lucky with it, falling on the floor and bouncing around. I don't know. But anyway, that's a stick, I guess, but it's not your standard multicolored tenuous that everybody likes. But all of the others, let me think, 3. So 13 out of the 16 were SPS, a couple bird's nests, and a couple stylophora. And so we'll see what happens with them. I'm quite happy to try the cheap no-name things and fill in the space with lots of bright colors, probably most of which will be green, but you never know. That's the thing. Marcus Aerolis, I got frags last week too, mostly SPS, only 2 LPS. Yeah. NSB Reefs, I tried a way oversized skimmer with external pump, only positive I could see it made a loud skimmer quiet. Yeah. The Division 500 has an external pump, and I have to say, I'm impressed with that skimmer. It's handling this system so far. Now I've only got 13 fish in the 600-gallon system. 3 of them are downstairs, and the other 10 are up here. Or do I have that many? I might not even have that many anymore. I might have been counting the grammas, which I don't have. Anyway, not many fish. So that's partly, I think, what's happening with the phosphate. I do have a large biomass of coral, so it's uptaking whatever phosphate it needs. And once I get more fish, do a little more feeding, and sort of incrementally bump everything up, then, we'll have to see how the skimmer performs with that. But so far, so good. Still skimming dry. I'm emptying about 1.5 or maybe 2 inches out of the bottom of the cup, roughly every 5 or 6 days. And it really smells bad. So I know it's doing its job. And for the price of this thing, $550 for something rated up to, 500, 600, 700 gallons, I'm pretty pleased with it. Scotty Damron. I ordered 200 pounds of Aragalive special grade sand today. We're getting closer. Maybe a couple weeks I'll have it up and running. Maybe I can join in on the show. That would be cool. Because, Scotty, I would love for you to... True Skills found out his problem. Wait a minute, I gotta read this. Local water report is just as bad as Flint, Michigan. Oh, no. So, Scotty, I used Aragalive on my Red Sea tank. And that was the first time I had used any kind of a live sand. And you know how you're supposed to fill the tank in stages, and you don't just fill the whole thing up in one day in case something bad happens. You fill it up in stages, especially when you have something like large volumes of water, like 200 gallons plus you said you made 110 gallon sump. Was that you? So you have a large volume of water. So the best way to do it is to fill it up in stages. So you have the Aragalive. So what do? You put it in after all the water's in? You wait until you have enough water to put power heads in to circulate it? Because you don't want to put 6 inches of water in and then put your sand in and then have to wait a couple days while the water's just sitting there with live sand that has biological processes going on. You need to be able to circulate that water. So I'd be interested to see how you handle it, because that was the big concern we had with this tank. That's why we waited so long to put the sand in. It was 2/3 of the way up before we put the sand in. And it is in the video when we were using the tube and everything to put the sand in. And it wasn't a big problem. It was a little messy, but not nearly as bad as I thought. But I think that's largely because my husband spent many, 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 many hours rinsing it. And of course, you're not supposed to rinse the Aragalive because of the bacteria. So I'd be interested to see how you do that. So hopefully you can come in and show us, because talk about it. Yeah. That was in February we did that. No, it was earlier than that. It was December, because we didn't hook up the plumbing until February. And this tank ran on a canister for a couple of months just to keep everything circulating. So we had rocks, sand, and water run with the canister filter to get it started, because we had to wait to join this tank to the sump downstairs until I could be reasonably sure this tank water would be safe to mix in with the water downstairs that had all my corals and fish in it. So, yeah. Some days I feel like I do things backwards, but at the time, that was the best way I could think of to take an existing reef and kind of combine it with a brand new water volume. So it seems to have worked. I don't know. Yeah. That might explain your sandbed algae problem. You're Aaron, you're talking about my sandbed, that it was new. Oh yeah, I'm 100% sure that the gunk I had on the sand is because of everything that was in this tank. The sand was new and didn't have an established bacterial population that could handle whatever might come along. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sure it was because the sand was new. And I don't know how I could have got around that. Maybe used a live sand? I don't know. So, and the other thing is, I took some pictures, but they didn't turn out very well. They didn't really explain what I was hoping for. This tank has a Euro brace, and you can see like it looks white. And that's because it is white. That's because your Euro brace, which is something I didn't anticipate, although I should have, really, really, really gets a lot of salt creep, especially at the front of the tank. Because, of course, all the water coming forward, it just hits the front glass and does a little tiny spray, not much, but just enough to cause a white coating on the underside of the glass. And there's only not even an inch and a half between the water and the underside of the glass. It is really hard to clean that off because even if you put a squeegee in, I have a squeegee that's like a real small one. It's hard to avoid having all of that crusty stuff fall into the water as you're cleaning it off. So our only solution has been to get a clean cloth, make it wet, and then just really, really like spread it out, fold it in half, spread it out, and really, really carefully drag it along, fold it, try to avoid getting any layers and wafers and chunks of salt creep. We don't want that to fall in the water. And it's not easy, and it's something that I would want to do every single day, but it probably takes 20 minutes or a half hour to be careful enough to do all three sides. And the back, I can't reach all the way to the middle, so I need some sort of a tool, and it's impossible to get it clean, like perfectly clean. So I just have to live with it, unfortunately, and once in a while give it a really good cleaning, maybe keep my eyes open for some sort of a tool that would work to contain the salt creep, inside the tool, like a little, I don't know, flat, like a flat piece of plastic with a little edge on the front, like a little shovel that you could pull back. I don't know. I have no idea if anything exists, but yeah, salt creep on the Euro brace. That was a surprise to me. All the crusties do that for me too. All my fish always try to eat them falling in, yeah. And we had a salt creep icicle, frost saltsicle, downstairs because the way the tanks are arranged downstairs, there's the shallow 50 trough, and it sits on top of what we call the blue carbon bridge because blue carbon reefing, John had suggested that we put that on something rather than rest it on the edge of the 150, which had been our original plan, believe it or not. Now, when I think back to that, I think we were crazy, but anyway, he caught that and suggested that. So it's sitting on this wooden structure that's over top of the 150, and the back half of the 150 is recessed underneath it. But the water, when it comes down the overflow, goes in the green trash can and comes out two bulkheads, and each bulkhead has a lock line split into two. So there are four little nozzles that drain the water into the shallow 50, and it's great because we drain it out and it goes into the chaetomorpha and down the side, and the flow in there is really, really good. Got a couple power heads just to keep things moving and stirred up. But it does generate salt creep on the back edge of the shallow 50. And that's kind of, it's kind of over an open space. And the distance between the top edge of the shallow 50 and the top edge of the 150 below it is probably 18 inches maybe. There's a saltsicle that's maybe a quarter of an inch thick in diameter that's almost 14 inches long. I measured it. I'm afraid to touch it. I'm sure it won't go in the tank because the point of it is on the outside of the like it's not on the water side of the lip of the 150, it's on the outside. So I think if I reached up really carefully with a piece of styrofoam or something, I could probably push it away and remove it, but I haven't. It's just so cool. I just left it there. But all that is the four little lock line nozzles, and the water's just falling out of them. It's not spraying or anything like that. It's just falling out. I think the closest that it is to the water is maybe a ½ inch at the front, and the back one might be 2 inches off the water. So like really nothing that would make you think, wow, that's a lot of splash. And yeah, that's the source of the salt creep that's created the saltsicle. It's just crazy, the stuff that you see. Scotty, I definitely happy to join when it's going. I'm still scratching my head how I'm going to get 400 gallons moved in and sand and rock. Wish me luck. I need it. Oh, good luck. I know exactly what you're going through, and we had the same sort of thing with this tank, with the difference being that for my year, my reef was in a holding tank at my daughter's house while this house is being built and we moved. And I also had totes full of live rock that was being cured, and all of that had to be moved over here, and it was pretty hard. Once I created my aquascape, which I did here, because we were already here, I was able to just transfer it. But all the rocks that I used had been in those totes, just getting sort of like a pre-preparation, and yeah, it was not fun. And this is about 320 maybe of actual water volume, and I couldn't even tell you how many pounds of rock is in there, but because it's so open and low, I think all of the other rocks that I have now in the sump in the return chamber where the pumps draw from, anything extra that I had went in there, and I think that also helps a lot. It's the filtration, right? I have biomedia, pond matrix, and matrix. I also have a bunch of other rocks in the shallow, or in the 150, in the back section that's in the dark, and all that stuff has to come out of there so we can catch the fish. Tomini tang, a fox face, and the blenny, the other lawnmower blenny. So yeah, there's always something. NSB, Cindy, have you tried a magic eraser on your bracing? I think that, like, I'm sure that would work. And the thing is not, like, a wet cloth takes it off, but the problem is it accumulates, and then all of the crystals fall into the water, like on the underside. The top is no problem. We wipe that off. Anytime I do anything in the tank, I just run the cloth along to keep it clean. Because the other part of it is that it inhibits light penetration. And because of what happened with this tank being the wrong size, oh jeepers, I sounded really mad right there, didn't I? Let me just show you. See the front light? That was supposed to be inside the Eurobrace, and it's not, because the tank was the wrong size. So it basically shines down through the front, like the inside edge of the Eurobrace, and there's not a lot I can do about that, because we actually did move it back on, like, luckily we put hooks in with the idea that if we needed to move anything, we'd be able to move it a couple of inches one way or another. So we were able to move it a couple of inches, but yeah, so that's one of the reasons I was looking at it, because it's inhibiting the light that I had planned for it. So one of the things I did to sort of mitigate that was I put the rocks and everything that are at the front a little further back than I would normally. So instead of having, maybe 4 inches between the rocks and the front glass, I've got 6, maybe almost 7. And I think that has helped a little bit too. So magic eraser, yeah, I have no doubt that would work, and I just don't know how I would stop the crusty stuff from sort of building up ahead of it and then falling down. You know what I mean? When you wipe the stuff, it accumulates, and then all of a sudden you have a clump, and if you're not ready to grab it, it falls in the water. Marcus Aurelius, like you said last week, you don't just get handed a reef, you build it. Lots of work it can be. Oh yeah. Yeah. And a weird thing happened this week. I suddenly have energy. And my voice is like this because I've been talking for a while now. But I didn't realize how I was struggling with low energy ever since, probably since the last really, really bad respiratory thing I had. And I don't know if I had COVID. We tested, it was all negative. But I'm starting to wonder now whether that's what it was. I had such low energy and I didn't realize why I just couldn't make myself do stuff until this week. I got so much odd little things that I keep thinking, I got to do that. I got to do that. So much of that done this week. And I don't know, maybe it had something to do with just feeling better. Not just that I'm dithering or procrastinating or I haven't figured out what to do, but I just physically didn't feel I had the energy for it. So when you have a reef, you got to have the energy to do all that stuff too. Speed. It's not the Eurobrace, it's the frameless design. Oh yeah, Oceanic made the Eurobrace out of black ABS so it hid everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally get that. And my preference is glass because of the light. And even though the light that I originally planned for it isn't quite what I had hoped because of that, that's why I'm keeping it clean and I'm working with it. I can't imagine having a black ledge inside. And for this tank, the Eurobrace is structural, just like the one on the bottom. So it's meant to be part of the support for the glass. So you can float a narrow, wide Tupperware underneath. Oh, that's a good idea. I guess it would almost have to be like a flat tray because, like I said, there's only like 1.25 inches maybe between the water surface and the underside of the Eurobrace. So it's not much room to work with, you know what I mean, to get your hand in under there. I'll have to experiment with that. What else is going on? So like I said, any questions? This isn't going to be a very long live stream. If I'm the only one talking, I guarantee. Let's just see what I got in my phone to remind me of things that I did this week. By the way, the picture, which this on this thing, that is my bubble coral. And that's like a completely zoomed in and blown up picture. And you can see the sponges to the right there, all the blue sponges that are around it. But that was Lucy. And Lucy was huge and beautiful. And for a while, I was completely obsessed with Lucy's lips. It sounds so gross. But if you look into some of my older videos of the Red Sea tank, probably maybe about a year before, maybe 2019, early 2019, that has got to be one of the most beautiful bubble corals I've ever had. And it was very large and had a very prominent oral opening. And it's just amazing. I probably have Instagram pictures of it too. And when the green wrasse started spitting sand in her mouth, I tried moving her a couple different times, and I think she just, like the coral just couldn't handle it. And it shrunk down to about 3 bubbles. The skeleton is probably maybe this big. It's a decent size. It has 2 lobes. It has 3 lobes, I think. And now that what I showed you in that picture is probably 2.5 inches across and has another little offshoot, and it's reforming skeleton. So I'm really, really, really trying to be careful with it. It does get feeding tentacles out at night. It's doing well, like really well. If you went to a fish store and bought this little bubble coral, you'd love it. I just know what it was originally when I got it, before the green wrasse wrecked it. And so I'm really happy to have brought that through, because I absolutely loved it when I got it. I felt terrible when I saw what was happening. Didn't know what to do. Didn't have another tank to put it in. I couldn't put it in Mollywood at the time because the water parameters were not suitable because of all the mollies that I had in there. And no matter what I did, I couldn't keep the nitrates below 40. So I just had to kind of watch it decline. And then I rehomed the green wrasse and had a little bit of the coral left. Was really careful with it in the holding tank. And now I feel finally like it's actually healthy again. Let's see, what have we got here? Scotty Dameron, your reef looks amazing. I've tried keeping up with everything from when the stand was wrong and the tank was not done right. I was a nervous wreck after I seen the mess you had to deal with. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's, and I don't know, like I said last week, I can still, I'm at the point now where I can talk about it and not have to relive it. And it took me a long time to get here. So that is a video that I will be making to just sort of wrap everything up in one place in one story. So you don't have to spend 2 hours watching 6 different videos about everything that went on. And to be honest, the reef, I really wish I had that extra bit at the front, but you know, I just had to work with what I had. And it still kind of turned out pretty much what I had in my mind when I started. I wanted a lot of open swimming space and a lot of open sand bed because I love the big corals and, you know, my long tentacle plates. I've got 2 of them. Now they're side by side at the back under the brighter light, and they're both really, really flourishing. So I always thought they were a low light coral, but nope, they do much, much better in more light. I won't say super high light, but maybe 150, 150 par, something like that. Yeah. But yeah, thanks, Scotty. Thanks for noticing. Hey, Sheemka, Reef Girl, my favorite reefer. Yeah. Oh, Pat. Long time no see. What's up, peeps? Nice to see you, Pat. I hope you're doing well. Sheemka, tank looks nice. Thank you. Got a question. When you buy a coral, what do you look for first? SPS, LPS, soft. Oh, you know what? That's a really good question. I don't think I've ever really thought about it in those terms. Quite honestly, I look for cheap. And a lot of times I'll just feel like looking at a coral website because I'll look at the rocks and I'll go, oh, there's kind of an area I need to fill in. So if it's up on the top rocks at the back, which it is, there's some sections there that the light isn't super high, but it's not low enough for some corals that I have that are encrusting. So I'll go to a website and sort according to price, low price first. And if I can find enough things that I like the look of, that I think I can grow, then I'll put an order together if I can find enough for shipping. I kind of swore off having coral shipped for a while, and I'm still very, very leery about it because of the disasters that happen. But I've got a lot of space to fill here, and if I can do it for a reasonable price, then I'll do it. These 16 frags I got for an average of less than $20 each. And, you know, the most expensive one was the hammer. And it's a dark, like an emerald green stem with purple tips. And that's the very first hammer I ever had. And I loved it. And it got nuked in the Great Circle of Death with the stagnant water event in my other tank, where I lost like 27 LPS and SPS corals. Christian. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but things I won't spend a lot of money on a coral unless it's something that I know I can keep because I've done it before. You will never see me spending hundreds of dollars on any SPS coral. I don't care what it is. It's not worth it to me. Um, an LPS coral, like a sinarina or a scolia or something like that, maybe. But even those I'm moving away from because I think they have a limited lifespan in our tanks. I think Reef Keeper Phil is the only person I know of, the only reef keeper who has a trachophilia that he's had for years and years and years. I just don't feel like whatever I'm doing is what they need for a long life. So I don't want to contribute to the market demand for them. And I have no judgment for people who do keep them because it's up to everybody individually what they want to do. And I have kept them, but I'm moving away from that now. So that's the only type of coral I would have spent a lot of money on. My very first utter chaos zoanthids that I bought, or pallies, whatever they are, I think I paid like $40 for a polyp like 10 years ago. But now they're all on my arch. They're really slow growers. So yeah, I'd have to say price and my ability to keep it. Those two things. Yeah. That's a good question. Marcus Aerolis. Yeah, it should grow in if everything goes right and you'll love. Oh, I hope so. I hope so. Murphy's Aquatic. Oh my God. Thanks, Pat. What the heck was that? Oh, my algae falling off the shelf. Super sticker, $20. Thanks, Pat. I appreciate that. Cool. US even. That buys my Sue. You bought me my Suharsonoi. Marcus Aerolis. Buy what you're comfortable with. Know your limits. Get things in it. For me, when I first started, it was a lot of SPS and everything because I always kept stable water. Some did fine, not all. Yeah, a lot of long-time reef keepers talk about that one coral that everybody else has no problem with and they just can't keep. And I can relate to that. But I can't think of a coral that I've ever bought that keeps dying on me. Honestly, and I have everything from 3 different kinds of turbinaria corals to 5 different cyphastrias. I've got a couple of different blastos, got the pectinias, 2 different kinds of those. I have all kinds of different Montipora digitata does well for me, and forest fire digitata, which this tank is the first time I've ever had success with that one. Yeah, maybe that might be the only coral I've ever tried to grow several times and it just didn't do anything for me. Daniel B, hello all, hope everyone's doing good. And, oh, he disappeared again. We had Garrett, but I think he's on country internet. The thing is that, and the other hype I didn't get really caught up with is torches. I love torches. I think they're gorgeous. And I've always been really realistic about how much I can spend on coral. I mean, I've never gone nuts with it. The pectinia was probably still is the most I've ever spent on a coral out of my own pocket that I didn't trade using frags. I mean, I've bought acanthophilias that were super expensive using frags. So it's never come out of my pocket. But now where was I going with that? I guess just to say that you can always find something that's in your budget and never turn your nose up at something because you think it's too common or too many people have it or too easy. Think about what you want to create, how you want it to look, and eventually you'll find your own style. Garrett's back. Quick, I'll get him before he disappears. Hi, Garrett. Oh, he didn't think I put him in right away. I can see him over there. Got a good discussion going on here. Murphy, I think a lot LPS we're finding out has bacteria that lives inside the coral. It'll eventually kill it if it's not treated. A lot of people use T5 and metal halide to kind of kill off the bacteria. Yeah, that brings up a whole other sort of area of discussion, which I want to get to. Yeah, and funny how when you kill 2 frags of something, the third might live. It's funny like that. Definitely. Oh, hey, Kevin C. I have tried twice. Both times Xenia dies in my tank in 2 weeks. My tank has all types of softies, LPS, and SPS, all doing great, all thriving. Your water's probably too clean. Euphilia do not do well in my tank. That's from WVU Reefer. Marcus Aerolis, same with me and Xenia. I don't know why. Yeah, that's what Pat just said. Xenia probably needs a little dirtier water till it gets acclimated. Yeah, I no longer have any Xenia. I had it for a long time in Mollywood, then the observation tank. And I haven't even looked lately, but that stuff died back pretty bad when I started paying more attention to the water, when I started keeping fish in there that were being conditioned basically and observed to come up here. And I suspect that's part of it, but there were still 2 clumps when we moved that rockscape into the 150 to do a big switch around so I could get some frags and some corals off of another piece of rock. So I haven't looked. I should go down and look next, maybe tonight when I go down to check things out. I'll see whether I can still see any of it. Okay, Garrett, your turn. Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're. I don't know if you're trying to talk, Garrett. Doesn't look like your microphone's not muted from what I can see. Oh, we lost him. Yeah, I think Garrett's internet can be a little tricky. Hey, Alan, ATF in the house. Nice to see you. Euphilia do well, some locations in my tank and not others. Ghanies were doing well for a while, as were some long tentacle plates. Then they weren't. I lost my very first long tentacle plate. I blamed it on using fluconazole. And where are we looking here? It was doing great. Then within 24 hours of putting the fluconazole in the tank, this was the Red Sea tank, it started to turn gray. And then it started to get mushy. And within days, it was dead. And that thing had been like 3 years old at that point. It had like 5 babies underneath it. And so the only correlation I could make was that it started declining immediately after the fluconazole. So yeah, ATF toadstool Xenia Symposium I got. Oh, Daniel B. I just traded a few Xenia frags for a nice Kenya tree this past Thursday. Nice. Marcus, yeah, tried all across the spectrum, but it still dies, yet Cespitularia, a relative of Xenia, was growing like crazy. Yeah, it's funny, eh? It just, I don't know, maybe it's something to do with light. Maybe there was something nearby that killed it off. I know in my case, the weepy toadstool, Sharbuckles, your weepy toadstool, this big now, it was too close to the rock because something got shifted and it was in contact with the lower clump of Xenia, and that stuff just shriveled up and turned white. So yeah. It was always the Red Sea kind that I tried. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to tell the difference. Well, Pat is a torch master, Euphilia master. Euphilia are very sensitive to phosphate spikes. You generally will lose some if you are stable under 0.1 and then have a spike over 0.1. There's a very fine line in my experience. Yeah. Yep, I could totally see that happening. ATF. Blastos, I'm working on a fox coral, some cloves, Anthelia, Xenia, some pallies, and zoas grow like weeds. Yeah, fox coral. Man, oh man. I just absolutely love that thing. It's crouched in the cave at the back, and the way the skeleton is, it forms a heart-shaped opening. And I was kind of hoping the little angelfish would go in there and that would become its home, but of course it didn't. But anyway, yeah, I just absolutely love my fox coral. Hey, Scotty, gotta go. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. You too. See you later. Oh, there's Garrett.
Can you hear
Hello?
me now?
Yes.
Ah,
Hey, what happened?
I was having issues with my headset.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get in.
Good.
How's
Well,
it going?
I'm good. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have a voice left by the time we're done. You're going to be bored listening to all this now.
Well, I came to share the load a little bit.
Thank
Help
you. I
out your
appreciate that.
voice.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I was looking at your branching GSP there. Like holy smokes!
It's crazy. I just cut it too. I
Oh,
made
did
like 6 frags. Yeah.
wow.
And so they're healing right now. And you can barely tell that I cut anything. So
Well, mine was probably like if I cut my thumb off and laid it on a rock, that's about the size of mine when I got it. Um,
what is it now? I haven't seen pictures of it recently.
it's because it was kind of behind some rocks.
Oh,
Add this to the things I'm learning about having this size of a tank is how hard it is to get pictures of things when your only angle is the opposite side through the
right.
glass over some rocks at an yeah. It's
Yeah.
actually doing well. It's probably like I want to say the if you got two eggs and
Okay.
put one flat and then one up on an angle, that's how hairy it is.
Oh,
The
wow.
bullets are just crazy. But I think the branch that was like an inch long is now about 3 inches long.
Oh, nice.
And it's really spreading out on this little piece of rock that I put it on. So it's doing really well.
That's awesome.
So I can hardly wait until it gets big enough that um, I can put it somewhere that you can actually view it from the front. Like I don't think you can even really like it's behind this torch right here, and there's
Oh, okay. So
I
it's
don't
like towards the center of the
yeah
tank?
yeah,
Okay.
and there's like an open space behind this. We call it the snake rock at the front.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a curved cove, and it's in the middle of that. Because I was thinking if it grew up, it would just look like a tree right there, and you can
Right.
still see past it to the long tentacle plate, which is behind it at the back.
Yeah, it'd give it some great depth.
Yeah.
What you could do is rig up a little like Mission Impossible type thing, so you can like fly over the whole entire tank to
We've
take pictures
talked
of
about
it.
that. We talked about doing that because I do have a viewing box, and my phone does fit with a filter on it, and we could possibly, like we talked about standing on opposite sides of the tank,
Like
with
pushing it back and forth.
the tongs, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
over one side and then over the other side, but without actually seeing what you're recording, like it's so hard because you think, oh, I've paused here long enough and it's zoomed in, whatever, but then you go and review the video and it's like off to one side and you can only see part of it, and yeah,
Right.
yeah, I'm learning those things from this tank. It's an odd shape. I've even considered maybe I should get a better camera, like a digital camera that has a zoom lens.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't be standing across the hall with my binoculars trying to look at the SPS to look at the polyp extensions. There is polyp extensions starting in some of those guys. So, maybe they're getting over whatever it was they had when they started, but
Yeah.
take it. What does thrive in my tank are acros and gonnies. Go figure. My gonnies are doing great. The one that tried to kill me was really, really, it didn't like where it was in the other tank. I know that it was gradually, the polyps were getting less and less and less extended. And we moved it in here. It fell off upside down on the sand. I flipped it over, and that's one of the things I mentioned, all these things in my mind, things I had to do in the tank. I just didn't have the energy. I put it up on the rocks in a slightly different spot, slightly higher and better flow. And oh man, the tentacles are out an inch and a half now. It's a red one. I don't know how long they're supposed to get, but it's one of those ones with the really stringy polyps.
Oh, okay. That was the Jason Fox free care
Oh no,
Pavona or litho.
that's the I don't even. I don't know what it is. There's another one I came across that I actually think it's what it is.
Oh, really?
What is it? Pavona, Lithophyllon? I can't remember. No, the Goniopora. And then the green one that I had in the Red Sea tank that was just like as big as two hands waving around. It went into a decline. I don't know why. And I just saw a tiny piece of green on it, like just a flash of green. That's the color it is. So I kept it. I just put it somewhere in a corner in good light, good flow, and I didn't touch it. And I noticed one day it had like 5 polyps on it. And then it had a couple more, and then it had a couple more. So I got my husband to Dremel it off of the rock that it was on, put it on a different, smaller rock, and stuck it in here. And now you can see that it's starting to grow a skeleton again. And it has probably maybe a dozen polyps on it now. So the Gonnies, where they are, is exactly the right spot for them. I have room for one more, and that'll give me 4. And we'll see how that goes. But it's just learning things like that, and you have to be ready to move stuff around. And that's not something I ever did much.
Yeah.
I used to try to kind of think, okay, I've done all the reading. What can I give it? Where can I put it so that I didn't have to move it? But
And even when you think you have the perfect spot, sometimes for whatever reason it just doesn't like that.
yeah,
And I had to move my my ORA Goniopora a few times just because it wasn't happy in the spot where it was, and then I got that kind of other rock in there and lifted it up to a little bit higher light because it was kind of it would only extend its polyps out during like the peak of the light cycle. And so that kind of told me, hey, I need to get this to more light. So I put it up in some more light and a little bit more flow, and it's doing a lot better now.
yeah.
And then it's right next to that like lavender Goniopora with the pink tips.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Well,
that's probably my favorite Goni.
I'm going to probably look for a blue one if I can find a nice blue one, because I have green, red, and sort of a really pretty. It has purpley pink stems, yellow petals, and a pink center.
Ooh.
Like it's a real small one that I got from a place the same place I bought my scolia, actually, that I lost. And I got it recently. Long story, but I'm not buying from them anymore. But it finally started actually opening up in this tank in that spot. And the level that it's at off the sand is like mid level in the tank, at the same level as my 2 effluent colonies I've got that are in the center of the tank. So it's off to one side, but it's in bright light. So all 3 of those Gonnies are probably in much brighter light than I've ever kept them before. So that was probably my mistake in the past. I didn't give them enough light.
Because when I've seen them in other tanks, usually they're like on the fan bed or like off to the side in like lower type light portions. But
yeah,
also it could be in like a SPS dominated, like Reef Bums.
Yeah.
He's like he has acros in his, but he has Gonnies at the bottom, and they're just so happy. But it's getting like 150, 200 par maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I think on the top of the rocks over there, it's about 160 at the side
really?
where they are. Yeah. Oh, I think we had a question here. Born to be shooter Josh, would it make sense for lower pH and alk to only affect mushrooms? Mushrooms boggles my mind. Other than one Rickordia and one other shroom, the rest deflated. Lower pH and lower alk.
I don't know. Like for me, mushrooms, it kind of all depends on the mushroom. Because like I'll show you over in this tank, but I have a bunch of Redactus, and some of them are like happy and thriving, and right next to it in the same spot, they're just like super duper mad, and just kind of not living their best life. Let me flip the camera around here.
I personally have never noticed mushrooms responding to water parameter changes unless the water gets too clean. Um, but alk and pH, and I guess it depends too how quickly the spikes are happening. Here, let me put you up full screen there, Garrett.
Yeah, so like right next to this Sunkiss is like I mean, and the Sunkiss might be stinging it. I didn't think it was, but there's that little blurb. It used to be a lot bigger. And the Sunkist was not doing great. It actually debounced when I first got it and shrank up.
I thought I was the only one who killed Sunkist Bounce.
No, no, you're in good company.
No, mine isn't
Um,
here yet, but I know exactly what you mean. It did the same thing.
yeah, so it's coming back, but I don't know if it came back with a vengeance, and like that mushroom next to it didn't like it for whatever reason. But I mean, those mushrooms are fine. These ones are okay. I think this discosoma is making these other ones a little bit upset, but
I
I have
think
one more in the
war
back.
does go on between mushrooms. I'm 100% sure of that.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this is good example right here.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the because this one was like it's kind of a bluish skin with like brownish vesicles and like kind of those bright red dots on it.
Yep.
It's a little bit purple, and it was looking really good. And I was like, okay, this is a good spot for a shroom. I'll put one right next to it. It'll be a nice little setup. But
Yep.
um,
Maybe the answer is not to mix mushrooms.
yeah, if you're gonna do a mushroom, have like one rock for one species and one rock for another.
Yeah.
I would do that because I think it'd be cool to have an all mushroom tank. I think they're cool.
Well, there's so many varieties you can get now.
Yeah, there are. It's crazy.
When I look at my citrus rhodactis on that rock, the yellow, orange, green ones,
Oh yeah,
it just blows my mind because that started as one expensive polyp. I spent too much on it. Okay, there I go when I was talking earlier about cheap. But I absolutely loved the color because it was that acid orange, green, yellow. And now that whole arch is full of them, and they're like I don't want any other mushrooms in there. I have
right.
I have the bounce at the back. I do have a really cool Recordia, like a Yuma Recordia that is hard to describe, but I got it for $10 at a coral show.
Oh, nice.
And the original mushroom that was 2019, and the original one's about 5 inches across. It has massive, massive bubble, like not bubbles, but tips on the edge. You know how they get that edge with all the little
Oh
flares
yeah.
that stick out? Oh, man,
Yep.
I should take a picture of that and put it on Instagram because the thing is crazy.
You should. Mushrooms are one of my favorites. I
Yeah.
really like mushrooms.
They kind of scare me because I've had so many times when they walk off their rock, and I
Yeah,
don't.
the only time I've had that is when I've just blasted them with too much flow,
Oh, okay.
and then they'll get mad and just just detach, or they'll start to like spit their guts out. Those little stringy things coming from the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. ATF in the house. How big is your fox coral when you got it? How long ago and how big now? How fast or slow? Um, it was probably an inch of skeleton. I got it in 2017. I think I paid $45 for it from a place out in Edmonton, out west in Canada here. And so 2017 to now, that's 5 years. And now it's probably the size of a soccer ball when everything is out. Um, it has 3 lobes on its skeleton. And if you look up fox coral and look at the shape of the skeleton, I guess it's what they call meandroid. Like it kind of goes in broad zigzags. And I'm not sure what precipitates new branches, but mine has essentially three branches that kind of swirl, like kind of bend around each other. It's so hard to describe. But in one of my videos, one of my wrap-ups, number 13 maybe, was when I brought it upstairs and put it in this tank, and you can get an idea of how big it is when the mantle is not out. But it just is, it's an amazing coral. It doesn't like too much light, and it really doesn't like to be blasted with flow. If you can find a spot that's kind of off to the side so it gets bright indirect light, and the skin and the mantle, when it comes out, if it just moves a little bit, that's ideal. And other than that, like any of those big LPS corals, stable parameters, stable alk mainly. So yeah, I'm really happy with it, and I'm impressed with the rate of growth, even though it's taken 5 years. That to me is pretty fast, given how big it was when I got it compared to now.
That's another one of those where you don't see a whole lot of like big colonies of fox corals.
No, mine's got to be fragged because it's outgrowing its cave. And I had to put it back there to get it out of the light because I had nowhere else I could put it. I had a spot planned, but there was too much flow. And so that's the only spot that it's kind of protected a little bit. Yeah, Pat says mushrooms are a weird one. In a mixed reef, some do well in mine, some don't. I can't narrow the differences apart. Yeah, and isn't that just it? It's that you don't know, right?
Yeah, like
he says his bounces deflate and others do well.
Yeah, I just don't get it. It's like that one problem child where you just want to shake him. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm giving you everything I can.
Right.
Well, and the thing that really astonishes me is how expensive they've gotten.
Oh, I know. It's the whole fad thing, you know.
Yeah,
like,
probably. Yeah.
I remember like 4 years ago when those sun-kissed bounce, you know, were kind of making like a bigger splash or whatever. They were going for like 500 or 600.
Oh man. Yep. And I got mine thrown in from a guy who was shutting down his tank.
I got mine free in a raffle from my local reef club. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, you just gotta just, you know, if you think a coral is like super cool, just wait a few years and wait for the price to go down.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Marcus,
like,
go ahead.
Oh, I remember on this Worldwide Corals live sale, and they came out with like the Looney Tunes Stylosiniella, and it was like 600, or no, it was even more than that. It was like 800, close to $800 for like a little frag, and now it's way cheaper. I've seen some for like 60.
And the thing about Stylosoniella is that I can't remember I don't know how you pronounce it.
I think you can do it both ways.
It's a low light coral, but if you put it in too low light, it'll stay alive, but it won't grow. And I learned that because I had a sunset one. And when I finally put it in the right spot, when I moved everything into the holding tank, it was doing so well. It was unbelievable. It was starting to overtake my pagoda coral. So I moved the pagoda coral, and unbeknownst to me, a couple of little tiny pieces of the pagoda coral stayed behind when I moved the rocks apart. So in the holding tank, I'm looking at it, and something happened. Like I think I had a torch that was doing badly, and when I moved it, the place I put it right on top of the Stylosoniella, that thing. And I didn't realize I'd done it, probably because it was after lights out, and I just wasn't paying attention.
Right.
So it disappeared. But that little pagoda coral, there were 2 polyps. Then the next thing I knew, there were 5 polyps. And then when I moved the whole thing into the reef here, I lost track of it, and now I can't find it anywhere. So I don't know whatever
Oh,
happened to it, but it just goes to show you that like that moving stuff around, and that pagoda coral survived next to the stylo that was trying to kill the colony. Like I
yeah,
don't, it really surprised me that those little tiny green things were actually even there, because that's why I had moved the rest of it. It's
right.
so strange.
Do do those stylos, do they like lighter flow or more heavy? 'Cause it
Um,
seemed like they would appreciate the flow with those smaller polyps.
I think it depends how dense the polyps are in the variety that you have.
Oh, okay.
Mine was in like a medium flow. I wouldn't say it was high, but at the same time, if it's in an area that's kind of below where you put food and stuff like that for the fish, if it starts to gather a lot of detritus on its skin and it can't get rid of it, I think that kills a lot of those small polyp, smooth skin
Yeah,
corals. They can't, unless you actually blow them off periodically, they have a hard time clearing themselves, even with slime, if there's not enough flow.
yeah.
Do you fall into the whole testing for iron manganese category for gonnies? I think it makes sense. I don't, but I read somewhere that they also enjoy higher potassium levels.
Yeah, I heard that too. Um, I don't test. Um, I for either of those. I haven't really tested in a few months, if I'm being honest. I've just stuck with just water changes on a weekly basis, and then that's about it.
Yeah. ATF is asking Garrett, what's the waving coral in the front right of your tank? Is that the sinularia or that one?
This one?
This one?
Um, so I got it as a Fiji leather, and it's turning out to be more of a toadstool. Can't got kind of like a more green form,
Oh yeah.
and then this mushroom kind of just ended up there in the old tank, and I didn't even think it would survive over here, and I just popped it in here because it was not doing well in the Fiji cube
Right.
for whatever reason, and then yeah, the toadstool started doing better, and then the mushroom really started to grow too. So it's kind of like growing around it, but it's pretty neat. It's got some long polyps. I think they're about like 3 or 4 inches.
Wow, it looks cool.
Yeah, I mean it's not like weeping willow status or whatever, but I like it. I think
I
it's cool.
I learned the difference between a weeping willow and a long tentacle is that when you turn the flow off, the weeping willow just flops over. But a
Oh,
long
okay.
tentacle, the tentacles stay extended.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, Alan, gone from an inch or two to soccer balls. Oh yeah. And the thing is, it's indescribably beautiful. That's why it's kind of sad that it's so far at the back of the tank, because you can see it if you know where to look, but it doesn't really stand out. And I don't know. I may consider moving it to the front and doing something different with the flow at some point, because the light is fairly low. Daniel B. One of my several mushrooms is a Superman discosoma, dropping babies like crazy, then slowed down. One of the babies did a color shift to a teal. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
that's good.
Cool. ETF, how many morphs are there with those fox corals? To my knowledge, it's Nemenzophilia turbida, and it is the only species in its genus. And I've seen different colors, but basically, mine is kind of a teal blue that fades into a purpley beige, and I have seen them that look more green. My LFS actually has a couple. He has two, and I think he still has them, because nobody knows what to do with them, and they're big. The ones that he has are probably at least, I don't know, 6 or 7 inches long. I'm going to take a closer look though, because I think one of them is not an Amenzophilia. I think it's a Plerogyra divisa, which looks the same but has a different skeleton. Kind of like the difference between a branching hammer and a wall hammer, that kind of thing. Anyway, just I'm just thinking here, that green one really didn't look like a fox squirrel. It looked like this Plerogyra thing. I should see if he still has them. And if he has that other one, I'm going to go buy it. Anyhow, yeah, so as far as morphs go, the only thing I've seen is similarities, but a slightly different color. And it's the only one of the only member of its genus. Oh, hey, Calypso's Reeves. Hey, Mr. Cabano 90. Petco, how many drops for a good KH reading in a reef tank with Petco reef reading product? I have no idea. Maybe somebody here knows how. No, how about you, Garrett? Have you ever used a Petco reef reading?
I haven't. I got a free pH kit at a Reef Club meeting, but it was for fauna marin, and that was a really good one. I would highly recommend it. I was just testing it against my calibration on my pH meter,
right?
And it kind of confirmed my suspicion that it still needs to be calibrated again. But yeah, it's really easy to read. But that's the only pH test kit. I've tried Salifert, and I think no. It was Red Sea, I think, that I tried.
Oh, sorry. Did I read pH? He said KH.
Oh, KH. Oh, no. I think I did the test strips when I first started, but I wasn't really tracking KH when I first started up the tanks.
Yeah.
But I use Salifert.
Yeah, that's what I used for a long time.
I like that more than my Hannah checker, actually, because I think it's more consistent.
Yeah. Yep. I don't mind the Hannah checker. I just find what's fiddly about using those things is keeping those little bottles clean.
Yep, absolutely.
And
it's a pain in the neck, really.
Yep.
And you really don't have to worry about it with the titration because you're just measuring the color difference. But even then, it's way easier to clean out.
Yeah.
And then another thing with the Hannahs is batch to batch. I can tell like a one DKH difference.
Wow.
When I've tested my old reagent with a new batch, and both of them are not expired or anything. So,
see, to me, that should never happen.
Right, there should be quality control.
And that stuff's not cheap.
It's not.
And I mean, I know it's less in the U.S. on a dollar per dollar basis, but when we pay for it here, we have to pay the exchange. And I've seen the alkalinity reagent kits for $20. So it's almost $1 a test.
For one bottle?
Yep, just for one kit.
Oh my gosh.
So Mr. Cubano 90, I don't think we can answer that unless someone in the chat has used the Petco thing. Yeah, when I had my...
I don't think I'm familiar with that one, actually.
No, me neither. Marcus says, when I had stylos a while back, what seemed to be what made them finicky was the light. Generally, a lot of encrusting corals can handle flow. Yeah, if anything, I would say your encrusting corals would benefit from greater flow just to keep the surfaces
keep the skin clean.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have one that's pale green. Oh, Alan, well, if you look it up, see if you can find the Plerogyra divisa. If the Viron Corals of the World, I think it's on the web now. I have the books, but it'll show the two, and you can see a distinct difference in the shape of the skeleton, which you don't have to kill it to see, because all you got to do is turn it upside down. Marcus Aurelius swears by Salifert for KH. Yeah, that's the other video I have to do is about my spin test, the Lamotte thing, because I love that thing. And it has its foibles, but I can certainly live with it given the time it saves me. Is that a
Oh,
mandarin?
yeah.
Look at the
Yeah.
little guy.
It scoots. I actually found him a girlfriend today. My local fish store has a female, so I might give that a go.
Oh, nice. What's
Uh,
the green one right there?
this one?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a Favites.
Okay.
Jason Fox Top Fuel.
Oh, I can see where it's encrusted now. All I could see was the green corallites, and I'm thinking, what is that?
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's crazy how it has the green, and then kind of on the growing edges it has yellow. It's really cool. It was doing this is another one that did terrible in the Fiji cube downstairs, but I put it in here and it's happier than a pig and poo.
It looks good.
And then this is a new one. I just got to Vites.
That's pretty.
It's still settling in.
So have you looked at them after dark and watched them try and kill each other with their tentacles?
They don't shoot out too far. This one kind of has them out, but it's really just kind of around the mouth, and I don't get like the huge sweepers that I've seen on like others. I used to have the really big colony of war coral, which I believe is a Phavites type, and it had like about 4 to 5 inch sweepers on it after dark.
Yeah, my war coral is probably 6 inches in any direction now, and it doesn't get super long tentacles. They definitely come out. It looks fuzzy, but I've never really seen it attacking anything. So maybe just nothing's been close enough to it yet.
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to remember the type of flow that I had on it, because I want to say I had kind of like a cross flow where it was like in the corner and the flow was like coming around the corner.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, I've got the lemon spice in quite a large colony, and those things are about a ½ an inch when they come out. So it's it just man, oh man.
Yeah, that's why this one's on a solo rock, and then once it gets bigger, I'm gonna put like maybe 3 stack rocks underneath it to kind of lift it up so it can keep on encrusting out.
I'll never forget the thing that made me buy the war coral, because it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't stupid expensive, and this is going back probably 7 or 8 years now. But the thing that made me buy it was a picture I saw of a coral like it that covered a huge flat rock. And oh man, was it ever gorgeous. And so cool. I thought that always had been my goal, was to grow it so that there was a large expanse of it so you could actually appreciate what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
And I think people, when they swap out their tanks too quickly, they lose that opportunity to see what these things look like over large and like spacious areas,
Right. Like I want my colonies, once these get bigger, to be just enormous.
Yeah.
Like you see them on some of these dive videos, and there's those like just absolutely enormous Montipora Capricornus plates that are just like 6 feet in diameter and just beautiful patterns and stuff like that. And it's just
well, that's my goal for my tank, is to grow whatever I can as big as possible. Yeah. Oh, hey, Robbie's Reef. Nice to see you.
Hey, Rob.
Looking good.
Yeah, it's a little top-down shot. I did replace I don't think I told you, but I did replace my old hang on back filter with a Sea Kim one. I really liked it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it goes to show you, you can use canister filters and hang on backs and
Like literally all this system is hang on back, heater, float valve, and circulation pump.
yeah,
That's it.
awesome.
And it's doing pretty good. I kind of upgraded this right here to my water tower. So my daughter and I kind of had a little fun with it, and she helped me. It was a fun little family project, but yeah, I just put 2 tubes here and then just fed them to all 3 of these tanks.
Right. Yeah, Marcus is saying tank upgrade enormous. Yeah, that's sometimes what happens. Oh, look at who it is. Billy Pipes checking in.
No way!
He is still around.
That's awesome.
Look at all the frags. Did you ever hear from, who was it that?
Jamie. Yeah, I cut up a couple of these for him.
Nice.
Yeah, so these are healing. One of them fell off, but you can kind of see how I'm doing it. I just need to put a little piece of glue on here, and then just stick the tube on, and then I'll start encrusting. But
so cool.
Yeah, it's doing good. This tank's about ready to go to a bigger home. He's gonna go to the 45.
Right.
And then there's a little damsel in here that's gonna go in that tank.
Oh yeah. What kind of? Oh,
It's a
that's
Roland.
Or sorry.
Roland's damsel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of
It looks
black.
pretty.
Yeah, it's black and white with like a little blue streak on its top fin.
And what's the temperament like?
So far, pretty peaceful. I mean, she's the only one in the tank right now, but I observed her for quite a bit when I was in the store, and she was the smallest one, and she was kind of getting picked on by the other Roland's damsels. So I kind of figured to get her out of there and give her a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, if she's healthy, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Look at this. Fishy Snowman. Well, sir, do you even reef, Mr. Fishy Snowman? Fishy Snowman had the most stunning rock flower anemone and sexy shrimp reef tank.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was like 6 gallons or something. And he'd do videos and posts on Instagram. And the thing would look freaking huge, but it's like 6 gallons. I might be wrong about the number, but yeah, wow. You guys. Well, we miss you too, Fishy. Hope you had a good winter up there in the snow. But anyway, yeah, that was a cool tank. I was thinking when you're talking about Montipora, how it'd be cool to get sort of like a large tank like people do with anemones and do a clown harem.
Oh yeah.
Do it with Montipora and just load the tank up with something like damsels, where you have a contrast color.
That would be really cool.
So like if you took my 25 square feet that I have, and I had like 6 or 8 huge plating different colors of Monties, and then, just put 20 or 30 damsels in there, man, that'd be cool. Because you could put that like a display thing in an office, or if it wasn't something that as a reef keeper I want as many varieties of different things as I can get.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I'd be content with that, but if it was a display somewhere that that you could watch it, that'd be really cool. Look at that GSP. Wow. I remember when it was one little branch sticking out in the top, like the front corner of your tank.
When I got it, it was about 3 inches.
Yep.
And that was about a year ago. So
wow.
A year's growth.
Well, I'm hoping now that mine has started to grow that it takes off, because it took a long time to really change in any size.
Yeah, mine kind of, so it spread out about maybe 4 or 5 inches on either side before it started to grow up. And once it started growing up, it found that it really enjoyed all the light
Right.
and better flow. So, and then
It's,
here's some other frags of it right here.
oh
There's
yeah.
another frag I need to fix.
Oh, nice.
Uh,
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said about it spreading out and then growing up. I noticed it covered the rock completely, which, I mean, it's not a real big rock, maybe 3 by 2.5 inches, like kind of an oblong.
mhm.
That's completely covered now, and it's not a flat rock. It's got like a bit of a large, like a raised area on it. And then I noticed today that the branch that's coming out, because it closed up, and I noticed that it has a branch coming out that's about 2.5 inches now.
Oh, nice.
So maybe
And the thing about that is you can't really see some of the undergrowth
no,
because of the huge polyp extension.
yeah, yeah, until it closes up. Yeah,
Yep.
because I moved it more into the middle to get it away from the rocks, because I do not want it on the rocks. I mean, I don't know if it's as invasive as normal GSP, but it has a rock. It's going to stay on the rock.
Right.
Marcus says, I want to do a nano zoa tank, even though I'm anti-zoa. Yeah.
I think that's what one of the 20 longs upstairs is going to become, because I'm going to take all these zoas out and look at this. This was just like a random polyp that popped off of these stupid pink Aptasia pallies,
Oh, yeah.
and it just kind of floated around and made its way up onto the wall.
When I was moving the stuff into the tank, one of the things I brought up from downstairs was something called blue jean pallies. And they're denim color with a yellow center and kind of a darker blue fringe around the outside. And they're attractive enough. I had them in a shady spot, so the stems were really long, and I thought, I'm going to put them somewhere with more light and where I can see them, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it got away from me. And I thought, oh, great, now I'm never going to see it again. Well, if it didn't pop up on one side below the gorgonian in the shade again, and it nestled itself down into a crevice. And so I just thought, you know what? It's there. I'm just going to leave it there. And now it's about 6 or 7 polyps. I think there were maybe 2 or 3 that I managed to get off of the rock they'd been on. So whatever's happening, it's okay. It probably could use more light, but it's not dying. So
Right.
just
Yeah.
one of those things, and I just thought, well, I'm not going to disturb it. So we'll see what it does.
Yeah, this glass is dirty. It needs a cleaning. Have you seen this Higer scraper?
No, I know
It
Higer makes good aquarium stuff, in my experience, anyway.
it is so strong. It is crazy.
Oh,
Like I have to like lift it up quite a bit and then just like if I get it too close to the top, it just splashes everywhere. But yeah, it's a super strong magnet
wow.
and it does a really good job.
I'll have to look for that. Marcus says, recently I got a free one. Just sitting in a container for a few days has got me thinking, oh, tank. Oh, well. Well, then. Hey, T40. What's up, everybody? So happy to see some of the people who I learned from. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Fishy Snowman, Billy Pipes, Pat Murphy. Wow.
Yeah, I learned a bunch from all of them.
That green, is that the sinularia?
Yeah, this is the sinularia.
That is
It's
gorgeous color.
yeah, it really has that bright green toxic pop, especially when these lights go down to like the end of the night, like Grateful Dead mode, you know, all purpled out and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is all bird's nest from the Fiji cube. I just need to get rid of it. I filled up that fat frag rack and I still had a bunch of pieces. So I just kind of like stuck them down into a crevice right here, and they seem to be doing fine.
And what kind of bird's nest is that? Is it
Uh,
green or is it a blue?
It's like a birds of paradise, is what I got it as, but it has kind of like it doesn't start getting the green skin until like it gets really high light and flow.
Okay.
So right now it's kind of, but is weird lighting, but it has kind of like a bluish purple polyps on the end.
I think that's like the one that I have that that I put the
The super fluffy one.
yeah,
I think it is.
yeah. And that one, what the reason I mentioned it is that I also have a couple that I got in my frag shipment this week. I bought a 6-piece beginner SPS pack for $40.
Oh, nice.
It included 2 bird's nests that are the Seriatopora or Hystrix type. They have the needle sharp tips.
Yeah, the super pointy ends.
Yeah, and I'm not going to keep them in the tank because, I mean, I don't have all my fish yet. And when I do, just even the way the tangs behave now, where they zoom around all over the place, I don't want them to get lacerated. So yeah, I think I'm not going to use them. But the one that we're talking about with the green skin and the blue polyps, it has blunt ends.
Yeah, these are really blunt.
And I think it's a lot safer for the fish.
Yeah, I had some. I think it was called Ponape or Ponape or something.
One of them is a Ponape that I have. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I had one of those and it did all right. And then for some reason I just lost it.
It's yellow with pink tips, right?
Yeah. It was super cool. I was sad when it lost it. But do you remember that acro that I posted with the weird jellyfish thing coming out of it?
Oh yeah.
This is part of that branch. So I just like lopped it all off, and then I cut a little frag of it and put it down here.
Right.
And it seems to be doing all right. And then the other one's healing up upstairs pretty good too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Did you name it yet? It deserves a name.
I know. I'm trying to think of a good one.
That didn't sound good.
It's just my tongs. But when it's like all I can think of is like it has the color of a Merlot wine, and then it has like these white tips coming out the ends. So
Ooh.
I don't know. For now, it's a crazy wild colony acro. But yeah, I need to clean my cup out, but the sump's doing good too. It's growing more sponge down there, so just adding a little bit more filtration. Got some yellow ones and white ones. Probably need to change my socks soon too.
Sorry, I'm back away. I'm back by the tank because I just heard a rattling noise.
Uh-oh.
I think I have snails on every power head. I got a small snail on a gyre, a big snail on the Jabo SLW30, another snail on the side powered head. What the heck is going on?
Oh my gosh.
And it's like a vibrating sound.
I'll hear that at night too. Like in my room, it'll be like a snail just nestled up against one of the power heads.
Yeah, that's got to be what it is.
Huh.
One of these days, I will figure out how to get my phone on the stream without deafening everybody with horrible feedback, and walk around the tank and kind of show everything.
Oh, who it is.
Oh, Marcus said he meant the Nephthia. Like he thinks you should call it Carl or something.
Oh. That would be a pretty decent name.
Yeah.
He's got like three heads.
Oh, what's Cerberus? You could call it Cerberus.
Oh, there you go. That's what I was thinking of. The 3-headed dog.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. That's the name.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm also working on. I'm about to change the light out on this to two of these right here.
Yeah.
I have one. They're the Quantos,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and I have one Reef crest, and then one Meso Blue.
Oh yeah. What's the color like on the reef crest?
This is it right here. So it's very white. It's kind of got like that crispy blue to it, though.
Oh, nice.
And you can kind of see it's got some greens and reds and.
Uh-oh. Oh dear, I hope Garrett didn't drop his phone in anything. Yeah, I think the snail is, just judging by the pattern of the vibration. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I think it's the snail that's on the gyre that's making that noise. You okay?
Drop the phone. But yeah, and then there's some cool whites and some I think maybe 2 or 3 warm whites on it.
Nice.
Let me see if I can put the other one on.
So how many tanks have you got now, Garrett?
5. Just 5. But I mean, like total water volume, probably like around 200.
Yeah, yeah.
Or so.
But some of them are joined together, or is it just that some of them are supplied, like your water tower supplies more than one tank, but they're not plumbed together, right?
Right. Yeah. My water tower supplies top off for these 3 tanks. But I do my water changes. So the old water from the Fiji Cube 38 downstairs, it gets put into this one.
Right.
And then this water gets put into this one. And then that water goes away. And then I just do a separate batch of water for the observation tank.
Right. And what's your total fish count across all the tanks now?
Let's see here.
All the hard questions.
I know, right? 4, 3, 7, 9.
Tropic sun, seriously white, almost natural sunlight. Oh, that's cool. So 9
Yeah.
altogether. Well, that's good, you know.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I have them spread out, so I think I'm at a place where if I just keep on feeding him every day, it's enough to keep the systems happy and keep the nutrients in a nice balance.
Yeah.
Because last time I checked my nutrients, I think it was a month or 2 ago, my nitrates were 2.5 and then my phosphates were 0.02. So I was good with that and just kind of kept on doing my thing.
Oh man, I don't like the 0 phosphate, I have to tell you.
It scares me.
Makes me nervous, but you know, like I said, I have algae growing and it's healthy.
Right.
So it's not as if there is no phosphate in the water. And I don't think it's, and I just think that because your test kit, pardon me, measures 0, doesn't mean there isn't any. It just means there's no excess.
Right. There's none available in the water column.
Exactly, to show up on a test.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But doesn't mean I'm going to leave it at 0, which is why some of the stuff, because I'm trying to get to a point where I know how much to put in each day to balance it out, so that even though it's 0, I know I'm putting it in.
Yeah.
And I know
so at least it's available.
That's right. And I mean, if I see the algae growing too luxuriantly, as you know was happening last time I did this, then I'll just cut back, because I don't want to grow nuisance algae. I don't have it in the tank. Although I will say I moved a frag up from downstairs. I'm kind of doing an experiment with a couple pieces of Montipora to see if I can get them to grow into each other and
Together.
graft or whatever.
Okay.
There
Is it
was
digitata
no,
or
it's
cap?
a red cap and a green encruster.
Oh, okay.
The red cap has the dark purple polyps, and the green encruster is like neon, and it has the
Okay.
neon polyps.
So is that like a sunset monopora or
No, it's just a red cap, but
your
the
red cap with purple polyps?
yep, it's just a red cap, just your old red Monte Capricornus, like what.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
And the green one is the so-called encrusting one that formed a huge plate with all kinds of weirdness on it. That ahead of my last update formed a little cave for one of the angelfish, and so it's that really bright green and has bright green polyps.
Oh,
So we'll
cool.
see what happens. But it had quite a lot of hair algae on one side of it that I hadn't noticed. And I brought it up here and I kind of laid it on its side last night. And by this morning, all the algae is gone. So I know that
Weird.
the fish are eating it. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where, like if I didn't have the 3 tangs in there, like what would actually happen?
Right.
But because right now I don't have any kind of algae issues anywhere. But downstairs there's turf algae, bubble algae, and green hair algae. So got to be careful because I don't want to just be using phosphate to feed algae.
Right. And I always, yeah, because I'm always, whenever I see like some turf or any type of green hair algae start to pop up, I'm always afraid that it's gonna suck out everything and lead to dinos and
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, I know what you mean. Marcus says, I only got 1,000 gallons now. Need to add a zero to yeah. Oh yeah. I just feel like this is probably as much as I feel able to handle. And even this kind of scares me some days. And I like when I say I'm scared, I mean it. Because
Right. I believe it.
like
That's a
something
lot of water.
is well, or like when you have to do something like the live rock enhance, really good example. One of those little jars, because of the quantity you need, only did 2 doses to my tank, and the treatment is every other day for a week, and then you taper off to once a week, and you make it a regular thing. And that little jar costs $20, and I
Oh
need
my
at least
god.
2 of them to do the proper dose to start off, right?
Right.
And so that's $10 a dose. So that would be $10 a week, so $40 a month just for that. So that's the scale where when you apply all of these chemicals to the volume of water, the 600 gallons, the PNS probio bacteria, the yellow snow, I love that stuff, but I can't afford to dose it to my tank at the recommended amounts because it's too expensive. Like it would just cost.
Right.
I'd be
I
spending.
I do want to try some of that out though. That does like intrigue me a lot because
One of Reef Bum's live streams was, and I can't remember if it was with this guy or somebody else who was talking about purple non-sulfur bacteria, and that's what it is.
yeah.
And so they have the actual bacteria. I have a bottle of it right now. I haven't opened it yet. Yellow snow is something different. It's the marine snow that kind of acts somewhat as a flocculant, so it helps clear the water, and at the same time, the corals will feed on it.
Hmm.
That vibrating is getting really loud now. Anyway, I know it's a snail. He's right against the glass, and the power
Yeah.
is going, so that's what's vibrating. So yeah, when it comes to these large water volumes, I knew that it would be more expensive, but just the day-to-day stuff has taken me a little by surprise. So as much as I would love to apply those products, I just can't afford it. I have to keep
Yeah.
it simple. And so what I'm doing is I'm just kind of putting in a little bit. If I have a bottle, that one bottle is supposed to be for 400 gallons, When all the tentacles are out after dark, I'll just pour a dollop in, and that'll be enough, you know? So
Right.
it's all I can really do, and it's okay. It's not bothering me because it seems to be working, like, seems to be it's not hurting anything, and stuff seems to be happy. Um, but it's a consideration when you're thinking about this kind of water volume.
Yeah. Yeah. I asked Eli Meyer of Aquabiomics
Right,
if
that's
he
the guy.
if
Yeah.
well, I asked him if he had done any studies on it, and he hadn't even heard of it. And so I was like, so
Well,
I kind of,
not to be cynical, but he tells you he hasn't heard of it.
yeah,
So here's the thing. I remember now that you bring that up. When Eli was on Reef Bum on Keith's live stream, I listened to that. I found it fascinating. And his comment about people who use UV sterilizers, he sees uniformly that there's a specific type of bacteria that is not present, or is present at very low levels compared with tanks that don't use a UV sterilizer.
yeah, it's Pelagibacteriaceae.
Yeah, that's right. I looked it up because I
Yeah,
thought.
I did too.
And did you notice what it said about the conditions under which Pelagibacteriaceae proliferate and all of that is in a low sulfur environment. They require a low sulfur environment to propagate and to flourish.
Huh.
So when they're actually out in the ocean, um, like, and I think the one thing is they are the most they're the largest group. There's more of them than anything else. The Pelagibacteriaceae has a greater presence than any other bacteria. And
Right,
it's,
in the open ocean, right?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And so I started thinking about it, and I thought, okay, so purple non-sulfur bacteria, I don't know offhand what the actual scientific name is because I haven't looked into it very deeply yet.
There's a few of them because I know one of them is like Rhodopseudomonas,
Yeah, there's
and
three of them.
um, there's a few Rhodos, and then another one that starts with a P. I think
Hmm.
it's hard to keep up with all the bacteria names, but like uh,
So I
I
just,
I I want to say that all of the Rhodopseudomonas and that stuff is because I asked Eli too about that too, because he one of his uh, one of the bacterias started with rhodo, and that was the one that's often found on a lot of the surfaces
mhm,
and doesn't go out
yes.
into the water column as much.
That's right. So when you do your sample, it is going to be dependent on how good you are at gathering that as part of your sample to
Yeah.
do your test. Yeah, it's interesting. I totally believe there's a lot to be learned from that. But I guess what I was getting at with the UV thing was if the Pelagibacteriaceae requires a low sulfur environment, you're not like it's not going to really survive all that well. Like I get how you would think that maybe the UV is killing it, but who knows, right? Like, and
Right.
and if it is it relevant? Like, does it matter? It's like an ICP test that gives you 80 elements.
Right.
You have to decide which ones matter because
Right.
you know a
Because there
lot
are
of
a
care.
lot of them are just going off of what the ocean is and like ocean samples and what's in that,
Yeah,
which is a good basis.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I think the one of the interesting things about the new bacteria age or renaissance
yep,
is that like he's still gathering all the data,
yes,
and there's a whole bunch of data to see which ones are beneficial and which ones are not, and because we know some but not a lot, and
well,
how they
and it's
might interact with each other.
that's right, and it's aggregated data. and it's not comparative data, it's aggregated data, and the comparisons are to the averages of the aggregated data. So like, what does it actually mean? Like, I don't think you can ever find an ideal number for every one of those types of bacteria, because as we know, all our tanks are different. And I think
Right.
the way that he's doing it makes a whole lot of sense to me. Look at the spectrum of what
Hmm.
everybody has. I'm sure that there are some subjective aspects to it, because if you ask somebody, well, is your tank doing well? That means different things to different people. So if someone has a certain combination of types of bacteria and their tank looks horrible, and somebody else has a similar combination and their tank looks great, how do we know that it has to do with the bacterial balance? We don't.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you can only go by looks and by testing of certain parameters that we're able to test as hobbyists. Like, and you go through the ICP, and it's like we say, well, what really matters? I remember the
Yeah.
first time I got an ICP, I was looking at it and I was going, well, how do I tell what I need to care about? You know,
Right.
like, just, and I don't think I still don't think we really have the answer to that.
Yeah. Like I think after I did my first ICP, I did the ATI, and then so I could test my RO water too, my
Yeah,
RODI water, and I did it on the BioCube, and it said I was low in like iodine, barium, lithium, and one other thing. So I think after and then I did the recommended doses or whatever. Um, so I did see my zoas all start to open up. Previously, they were all closed.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, so I think most of that was the iodine.
yeah,
Because I've used that when my zoas aren't looking so hot, and then after I use it, they're looking way better.
yeah,
So I mean, it's all anecdotal, but
yeah.
it worked for me.
Yeah. This whole hobby is anecdotal. And
I
somebody,
know.
when I said I would get back to it, Pat was talking about T5s, and um, I can't remember what else he said about control or about affecting the health of corals and the bacteria that seem to exist in the LPS that slowly kill it. Well, that was another Reef Bum stream. Honestly, you guys out there, if you haven't watched Reef Bum's Rapping with Reef Bum, he has some amazing guests, and some of the stuff you learn when you listen to that. But I found the discussion with Mike Paletta really interesting, because he was talking about how in the old days, when you had a metal halide light, there was significant amount of UV that would emit from that, and
Right.
there weren't these bacterial issues that we have now. And he said, of course, like, there's no proof of this or whatever, and he just had a feeling that the UV helped to control the bacteria that would otherwise cause disease in the coral. And I'm just thinking, okay, so, like, and I got myself a halide bulb because I thought that's a project I could do.
Right.
Just, get a fixture and mount one single halide bulb between my lights up above and run it for 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
And just as a prophylactic, just so that in case there's anything, I might be able to catch it before it becomes a problem. I have no clue how I would ever prove that, but as long as it does no harm, I can't see anything wrong with trying it,
Right.
as a theory. But it's pretty interesting what this whole hobby. There's only certain things that that can be scientifically proven. The
Right.
rest is all us talking to each other about what works for us, what didn't work, what we think happened. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. Reef Bum's last guest, Dong Zhu, I
Oh yeah,
think.
yeah,
That was a really interesting one too.
yeah,
He was a chemist, and he had like a lot of good insight
yeah,
onto a bunch of different things.
yeah. I haven't listened to that one yet. Marcus Arelis says, if you look at the aquabiomics test, it's pretty interesting how varied results can be from different regions, but there's no real way to match it. Yeah, so true. Daniel B, 2 different tanks. First one set up with real wild live rock. Second tank set up with dry walk will be completely different with bacteria. Very true.
So I am excited about BRS's new deal. Did you see Ryan Batchelor's talk? I think it was
Was that about nutrients?
no.
'Cause that's
This
the
is a
last.
new one about his their whole rock cycling experiment.
Oh no, I haven't seen that, but I did keep up on Instagram at week by week as he was doing all the updates, but I haven't circled back to check what the actual results were.
So I don't know if they've come out with the BRS videos on it, but I think he was it MACNA that he talked at? He did a talk on it, and it was really good. And he kind of went over the experiments like an overview of them.
Yeah.
But it was really interesting. The different rock cycling or cooking or curing techniques that they used, and the type of bacteria that was and wasn't there, and just how biodiverse each one was, because they got some like Florida live rock and then some like live rock from 2 different other sources. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be interested to watch the full BRS investigates on that.
I'll have to look for that because I cooked my rocks for close to a year, some of them, and
I cooked
others.
mine for about 6 months.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
I,
what helped was I went ahead and gave them light, so that they went ahead and had the diatom bloom in
right.
that stock tank. And
Yep.
then I kind of scrubbed it off, got rid of it with water change, and then that helped. I still ended getting bryopsis down the line, but you know, uh,
That all that has to be is a spore on a frag plug.
I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. So yeah, I also got a spore of the some sea grapes,
Cool. Yeah.
the Callirpa
Yeah. Yeah.
racemosa or something. But yeah, that stuff is really finicky though.
Hmm.
Like when I did the tank move over to my new house, I had bunches of it, and I tried to replant it in the substrate in here, and it just all went sexual and just
Hmm.
died right out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little afraid of it. I'm afraid of anything that people say can turn, turn a corner and start causing problems. I'm a chicken. Oh,
Yeah.
hello, Mr. DKH. Nice to see you. Marcus says, I focus on elements, not bacteria. I always try to keep species specific tanks from certain areas. That's interesting. My approach was variety. I
Hmm.
just got as many different kinds and manufacturers of bacteria as I could find, and I put small amounts in on an ongoing basis.
Yep.
So whatever's in there came out of bottles, and I suppose a lot would have been on the rocks that I had in my original reef, uh, but I don't know. At some point, I might get one of those tests, but right, like they're $150, and I
Yeah, and they're 100 in the States. Like, so it's, I mean, and I'm interested though, because, and he's kind of interested in some of my tank, on the Fiji cube, since I don't run a skimmer on it, and he
yeah,
doesn't really test a whole lot of tanks without skimmers.
right.
So he was interested about that. But yeah, I've heard that you do fill out like a long form
Hmm.
that kind of asked you about your tank, how long it's been going, and the setup, and so he gets a better idea of it. And I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
And I've
it
I've
is.
heard that the tests are supposed to be getting faster too, because he's trying to get some new technology to because what really bogs down the timeline is the data sequencing, because he has to send that out
Hmm.
for the DNA sequencing to come, and he has to wait for it to come back so he can analyze all the results.
Right.
So he's looking at getting a portable one um, that can do things a lot quicker. So that's hopefully after that the price will start to come down a
Yeah.
little bit too.
Well, with I was thinking about this the other day with COVID and all the variants and how they're able to identify the variants a lot quicker now than originally. There's got to be some equipment or some technology that's being put into use for that. Where it would previously take months and months to figure it all out, and now it's coming back in weeks, a matter of weeks.
Yeah.
Marcus Aurelius, and you know what, Marcus, I agree with you. I have this theory, for example, certain corals that grow from volcanic islands require elements that derive from volcanic elements. That makes total sense to me.
I'm on board with that. Yeah.
So mix one from Caribbean and one from Indonesia, you may have problems.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it depends on what your goal is. I mean, we all want the stuff to grow
Yeah.
and to look as it's supposed to look in the wild. Other than other than the fact we put the blue lights on and we get all the efflorescence and everything, or the
Right.
fluorescence, and we see that, and you don't see that when they're in the wild. But it's just like a bonus. So like the
Yeah.
goal is for everything to be healthy. So I don't know. Like I don't know how far we have to go when what they need is contraindicated. Like for example, talking about a mixed reef, when some of the corals in a mixed reef have the opposite requirements of others. It's a
Yep.
similar thing.
Yeah. Yeah. With my mixed reef, it was kind of difficult to just find the zones that I needed to have, because I needed a really high flow zone
Yeah,
and then a few mediums and then definitely a lower flow zone
yeah,
for some of those Yumas down there. But
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll get my giant, crazy-looking Recordia and put it right at the very back of the tank. But I think the problem is it's stuck on the glass down there. So first I have to get it off the glass and stuck on a rock.
Oh man.
But that's the lowest flow area I have in the tank, is along the back wall, even though I have a
Yep.
powder head going across there to keep things stirred up a bit.
Hmm.
Um, I don't, and I guess between the rocks along the sides, I have some pretty good low flow areas. But the other thing this particular coral does is drop babies everywhere. Like there's 6 or 7 of those things in there. I don't know if I want to deal with that in this tank.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I could see them just like, getting caught in the flow and ending up where you don't want them,
Yeah, or shredded in a power head,
or shredded in a power head. Yeah.
and then
Uh,
they're everywhere.
Yep.
Mr. DKH, we're all somewhat mad scientists when it comes to keeping all the different corals alive. Right. Oh yeah.
I totally agree. And it's all of us mad scientists coming together and comparing notes
Hmm.
to kind of, formulate everybody's own opinion,
Yeah. Yeah.
but also give different options to people for different ways to run a reef tank.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like for these three systems, I use the R. It's basically just RO water. It's the wastewater from my unit,
Right.
and um, like it's kind of a mad scientist experiment that I've been doing, but it's been working out really well. I have an ATI test that I'm going to test the water for,
Uh-huh.
but I think when I tested my RODI water, and I'm on the same source water as I was before, it had a little bit high silicate,
Hmm.
but the tank that I tested, it was like super low in silicate
Hmm.
and almost too low. So like all the sponges and everything else is just, absorbing that and using it.
Yeah,
So
they're filtering it. Yeah, Marcus, not to mention the weird coral reefs that rely on tropical temperatures but require the nutrients of cold water oceans.
yeah.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, man.
And you learn all the time too. Um,
Hmm?
as long as you listen. like the one thing that I try to keep telling myself, even when you know, sometimes I don't want to watch a live stream or whatever, I'll watch it anyway. Because one of David Saxby's advice was to always keep listening,
Yeah.
because you never know when you're going to get that new information that could just be, game changing or whatever. Like, just I was watching something on Parker's Reefs about this like scully master, and he keeps all of his scullies in like 70 degrees water, because and they thrive there because they prefer a much lower temperature, than some of the other ones. And I think some of them just don't acclimate well to the 79 or 8, whatever you keep
Yeah.
anybody's reef tank at.
Well, I loved live streams ever since they really became a thing, which was probably somewhere around 20, I want to say 2017, late 2016, early 2017. And you're 100% right. Like in my experience, it's amazing what you might hear one place and then something different another place and something different another place. And for you, those three little bits come together to solve a problem.
Right.
And it's not anything that would have occurred to you otherwise if you hadn't heard that stuff in those three places, because you can't read enough to cover that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you can go and read on specifics once you know what you're looking for, right?
And where to look for it.
And so I love having live streams on when I'm downstairs doing maintenance, or, any of the stuff that while you're doing something, it engages your brain. It makes the time go by faster.
Yeah.
They're really worthwhile. And my husband listens to a lot too. He has his favorites, and he'll keep right up with what they're doing. And, he'll tell me stuff and suggest when he thinks there's something that I might find a benefit based on stuff that's going on. And, and he says he's learning. So
Right.
he's got a 30 long that he got.
Oh.
No, actually it's a 37 gallon tank. It's like the size of a 30 long, but taller.
Oh, nice.
And it's just waiting. Someday he's going to do it, and I'm saving corals for him to put in there. So we'll see what he does. But
does he know like what type of setup he wants to do, or
he doesn't want to sump?
He doesn't want to sump?
No, he's just going to use a hang-on back or a canister.
The
thing is, we have all the stuff. I mean,
yeah,
there's nothing he would have to buy to set something up.
Right. You got a warehouse downstairs.
Yeah, exactly. Like most of us after 10 or 12 years of hobby, right?
Right. I mean, I've only been in it for like 5 years, and I already have like, backups and,
Yep.
10,000 buckets.
Hey, Tyler D, welcome. Some info for products is just snake oil, Daniel B. Yeah, you know what? You're right. And
Yep.
I did that video where I lined up all the products along the top of my Red Sea tank that I was using, how crazy it got. And in the end, I ended up just coming down to like 2 products or 1 or 2 products that really were all I needed. But I didn't know that until I had gone through all this other stuff and started understanding that I was buying the same thing from different manufacturers, but really didn't know what I was doing.
Yep.
And it is so easy to fall into that.
It really is, especially if you go on the forums.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I haven't been on the forums in years, but like when I was there, I was like, it confuses you more than what you started sometimes, because you're getting, so many different bits of advice from everybody from all sides, and not everybody is going to like be like, oh, well, does this guy know what he's talking about? Let's look at his tank or whatever, and sometimes they don't have them up. So
yeah. And the other thing that happens, this drives me nuts. someone will put a lengthy, detailed post up about something that's going on. They're looking for answers, and all the information is in there, right?
Mhm.
And people down will be asking questions. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And I'm going, if you read the post, find that
Right.
out. Because as a beginner, I was really put off by asking a question and basically getting told, don't waste our time, go and read. Okay, so I'm going to
Right.
read a 70-page thread, of which 68 pages is you guys sniping at each other. And
Right. Going back and forth and
and
like,
so, I mean, I was kind of burned by that, and I still do look at forums to do research periodically if I'm, especially on things, on critters. If I don't know about a critter, I want to
yeah,
read people's experience, right? So that's when it really bugs me when I see somebody who's obviously not even bothered to read what probably took the person a couple hours to write out, right?
right.
Yeah. Daniel B started
Yeah.
briefing back in the late 90s. Wow. It was 2010 for me, 2010. Yeah. So, there's just so much noise out there. And
There is.
I don't
I
know.
mean, and there's trolls, everywhere you go, and
Yep.
always someone who's, looking to ruin someone's day.
Hmm. Yep. Oh, I have to admit, I'm a troll sometimes, but not for reefing. I'm a troll for real estate because it really bugs me when the description says ravine lot, and all it is it backs onto a farm field that's going to be developed in 5 years. And
Huh.
I hate when they lie in the descriptions.
Yeah.
What I usually do is I look for a YouTube video for the property, and that's where I make my comment. So yeah, I've done it, or someone will say, oh, I don't know, there will be inaccuracies in the listing. For example, in town, putting that the place has a septic system, and going, wait a minute, they outlawed septic systems on 50 by 100-foot lots like 30 years ago. It's like, yeah, right. That's
Oh
my
man.
little bit of fun, but anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it's justified.
Yeah.
Marcus says he started around 2000. Chevy Ruger. I always tell new people, find someone with a tank you want, do what they say, but research everything before asking your mentor what direction to take. Yeah, because the hardest thing is to know what questions to ask.
Yeah. And it's like, the you just want your tank to look good. Like, and sometimes there's not always, a mentor. So I picked a few like YouTube videos or channels to watch, and people that I liked, like
Yeah.
Billy Pipes was a big one.
Yep.
Um,
Mr.
52 weeks of reefing.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely binge that, and that gives like good solid advice, like, you know,
Yeah.
for the most part.
Well, for the time, right?
Yeah, for
Because
the time, for sure.
it's so constantly evolving. And when I look back, even to like before I discovered YouTube, which wasn't until I don't know 2015 before I even knew that this kind of information was out there. It was all LFS and forums, and remember wet web media.
Oh
Have you
no.
run across that one before?
Uh-uh.
That thing is an absolute Aladdin's cave of information, but you need the patience of a saint to read through how the thing is structured. And it like the information is there, but you really have to
You
be
gotta dig.
persistent to find it.
Oh.
Yeah, but anyway, but until I discovered YouTube, that was all there was. LFS. I had an LFS that gave me horrible advice, but I didn't know any better, right?
Right.
So anyway,
My
so
LFS was pretty good that I started out with, so that was a good basis to go off of. He set me up with like some real live rock, so I think that definitely had some benefits in helping, start up and make that first reef tank successful.
Yeah.
But they give bad advice too. So like the reefer is the ultimate filter, and you kind of filter whatever makes sense to you, and also what you think you can do, and what fits your style or lifestyle or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I like gadgets and stuff, but I also like simple reefs and budget reefing, and if I had the money, I'd love to just make a super like setup and big tank with monitors and all sorts of fun neat toys on it. But you know for me right now at this point, I'm comfortable with you know just doing budget reefing and keeping it simple.
I just like being hands-on because then I know what every coral is doing because I'm
Hmm.
right there looking at it. And I have cameras on this tank. I've got two on this tank and two downstairs. One's on the skimmer and the other's on the Inkbird and the ATO units. So I can monitor the status and make sure it's all good. But I don't have anything set up for alerts or anything like that. So I don't know. I have a hydros. It's mounted on the in the place where I want it, but nothing's connected to it yet.
Oh, which
So
one did you get?
I got
The
the
four?
four. Yeah, the side
Okay, cool.
back. Yeah, yeah. And I know now that I've had it for a while and moving things upstairs and this and that, I have a much better sense of what to do with it than I would have if I put it in right away.
Right.
So, I can see the things I can use it for that are going to help me, and aren't going to require too much trust from me, that I'm not
Right.
ready to give to a device yet. Yeah, Daniel B says, other a few things, LED lighting and the cost, most of the stuff is the same from back then, from the late 90s. Chevy Ruger says, the owner of my LFS, hey Chevy, of my LFS is still my mentor 6 years into the hobby. Started off asking questions while I was at the store. Yep. And Marcus says, unfortunately, my LFS is not that great. That can be the case too. Weigh a lot of opinions and do research. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just think back and I remember some of the conversations I had with when I was very new, like not even into it for a year, maybe 18 months, maybe a year, maybe 18 months, really early.
Uh-huh.
Because first of all, it's not that easy to find stores, or it wasn't back then. There's more now, but back
Yeah.
then there weren't that many around, and it's just so wide open. I was solving a problem when I got into it. I got a neglected tank, was covered with a beautiful purple carpet everywhere that I later found was not so good when I took pictures in. I didn't realize quarter-inch thick cyano was bad on all the rock. Like, I wish I still had those pictures because they're absolutely crazy. But it was an evolution, and I was just solving a problem. There was one little clownfish, and I wanted to get him something to live in, and that's how it started.
Right.
And, yeah.
I think, as you go through this hobby too, you're going to run into problems. Like
Mhm.
there's not a reefer out there that says, "Oh yeah, I've never had any problems at all. I've just,
Or they're
done
lying.
this all perfectly and everything is great." There's nobody out there.
Yeah.
So the more problems you run into and that you can solve,
Hmm.
that's like that's like another badge of honor
Yeah.
on your reefer jacket or
Yeah.
whatever.
That's right.
And you can use that and help other people by sharing your experiences or how you got it. And
Yep. Well, I've known probably for most of my life that if I had become a doctor, I would have been in a diagnostic science area, because that's uh, like I just love looking for clues and solving problems. And
Yeah,
so this hobby's got lots of that.
it
That's
does.
for sure. Yep.
It does. It's like, okay, I have this green stuff on my rocks. What is it? Bryopsis. Okay.
Yep. And yet,
Nothing's gonna eat it but rabbitfish.
even bryopsis is a more recent thing because
Yeah,
all the time that I had like nutrient issues and everything else, I had all kinds of algae everywhere all the time. Uh, Bryopsis never showed up until I got the Red Sea tank, and I know it came in on a frag.
yep,
So that would have been, 7 or 8 years after I started the hobby. So, it's just so weird.
it is. I hate that stuff though.
Yeah. And the other thing
What-
is, reefing, like, I don't like to say reefing is impossibly complex because it doesn't have to be.
No,
I think it's misleading to tell people it's easy because to me, the word easy implies set it and forget it, not a lot of work, blah, blah, blah.
right.
It doesn't have to be difficult, but it is a lot of work.
I would say this is a very medium hobby because it's not hard. It doesn't have to be hard if you don't want it to be, but
No,
it's definitely not set it and forget it. I'd
no.
say this is a very medium difficulty hobby, you know.
You have to be aware, you have to observe, you have to be able to interpret what you're seeing.
Yep.
And it takes time to develop that. It's like you're saying, I have this green stuff on my rocks. What is it?
Right.
Yeah.
And then you do research and you learn and, you know.
And the big relief when you find out, oh, okay, so my rocks are green because they're mature and the stuff is flat to the rock. It's just a film. So that's okay. Big sigh of relief as opposed to I've got this beautiful waving stuff everywhere. It looks really nice all over the back glass. Remember
I mean, my tank's doing great. Look at the stuff I'm growing.
I know, right?
Awesome.
My husband said that once when I had my 29-gallon cube because the whole back glass was covered with green hair algae that like the stuff was 2-3 inches long and it was like a carpet. And
Yep.
he used to love just watching it waving in the flow.
It does look nice, like in the flow to see, you know, the current go over it. I mean, I'd rather have some other coral there. Like I'd probably rather have GSP
Yeah,
waving,
it's a perception thing, and
right?
the green hair algae is a symptom of a problem, right? So once you
Yeah,
know that, then you're on your way. If you solve that problem or you at least know what to do, yeah. And this whole
yeah,
hobby's like that.
right.
Like, why did I get all these frags and the staghorn frag I got this week lost the top ½ inch of the skin, RTN, overnight, but has done nothing out. It hasn't gone any further since then.
It's kind of stopped there.
Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm going to cut it off.
Yeah.
I might just dip the tip of it in a weak iodine solution
Uh-huh.
and just put it back in the tank and let it heal over. And we have AlexG.
Hey.
What do you think? Should we bring Alex in?
Oh, I guess so.
Okay. Well, thanks for great chat, Garrett. We'll have more great chat when Alex is in here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I appreciate you being here. Hello.
Evening, everyone.
How are you?
How's it going?
Tired?
Very
I'll bet.
tired. I've been doing fiberglass work since early this morning.
Oh boy.
Sounds
Oh.
itchy.
Not as bad as it could be.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not at, well, I'm doing some sanding and cutting, but not a lot yet. So that's going to get interesting in a few more days because I got to finish the outside pieces and then I haven't started fiberglassing inside the tank yet. So it's going to probably get a little itchy there.
Yeah.
So
Well, are you going to shave off your beard so your respirator fits right?
that's good. Just gotta get it real tight.
What? You're not going to sacrifice that for your tank?
No, 'cause I can still use it. You just gotta really tighten the thing up.
Yep.
So now I've been. Let me make sure the tent is. Oh yeah, it's not bad in here now. So
Oh my
I've been
goodness.
I've been wood filling. So
Wow.
I've got the two beams. I just wood filled them today with their first round, and then most of the edges done. I got a little bit more to go down here. Just in some of the seams, I got to get them a little bit better, and over there, I haven't done them yet. So
you're trying to get everything like sanded down and absolutely flat before you put anything else on, so you don't have any.
yeah, because well, in the garage, I've got four beams that are all. I got two that are all fiberglassed up, two more that are first layer done, part of second layer on one. So I'll hopefully finish those tomorrow. But yeah, if I could finish all my wood filling, I'll do my sanding for that and do a cleanup in here. And then I got my fiberglass. I'll start cutting all the sheets of fiberglass for the beams. That's 12 pieces of fiberglass to cut. And then I got to cut the fiberglass for the edge all the way around and then do the main bottom. So
that fiberglass, that's the plasticized sheets of stuff. It has a name, right? Like
it's real glass. Yeah, it's either woven cloth or
yep.
I've also got a chop strand mat here.
Oh.
So, but this is not. I'm using actually polyester resin with this, so that melts it with a chemical reaction.
Right.
So,
I was thinking it was those white sheets of things, of stuff that you had used for your lids and stuff like that. There's a name for it. I can't think of
oh, you're talking like FRP board
Yeah,
or
that.
PVC sheet. Nope.
Fiberglass reinforced plastic.
I'm going to use that for the top up here,
Right.
just to seal that in, and then there'll be some on this side. But
Right,
yeah, no, I'm putting in actual fiberglass for this, so it's
What do you use to cut that?
I got a pair of titanium scissors. It just cut it cuts not a problem with scissors. It's just it's very abrasive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and it really really aches your hand after a while.
Oh, I bet.
But really once I get the strips for the 30-foot and the 24-foot beams done, and I get the 84 feet of perimeter cut out twice for the 2 layers of fiberglass it gets, the bottom itself should actually be pretty easy.
Yeah. It's all the work, right?
Most of it, yeah, like my fun tent that I have in here, that was its own little project, but my fan's working good. You can see all the plastics kind of sucked in on the sides.
Oh, yeah.
So it's got a great negative pressure. Been keeping the fumes out. Like it doesn't. It's been several hours since I was down here doing wood filling, and the wood filler is using the same fiberglass resin. I'm just mixing in something called wood flour.
Yeah.
So.
And all the fresh air is coming from the opening slit that you walk through?
Yep. So it's the furthest point. So when I come down here to work, I start on this end of the tank and I start working away so that the fumes get pulled away.
Oh, nice. So you're not downwind.
Yep. I try to always stay upwind of it. I mean, it's still pretty strong, and I haven't used a lot down here yet. So when it comes time to do the beams, that's going to be a significantly more resin. So, but once I get all the bottom sanding and stuff done, the beams are going to get moved in a bit, and I'll put them on cardboard, and then those will get one layer of resin to coat them out, and then I'll start with one side of the beam and I'll do both layers of fiberglass on it, and then I could flip it and do the other two like a day or so later.
So have you got anything like like an alert, like an I've fallen and can't get up alert in case you're overcome by fumes or anything like that?
No, but I've been basically the way that I've been working this is I start at one end and I go to the other and I don't come back in for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm just, I'll check it. Like there's no odor at all down here now. Everything's been several hours, so it's pretty much, I could actually sand it right now. I mean, it turns this stuff into a rock-like substance. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But no, it's coming along. It's just a very time-consuming process, and you're also on the clock, so you can only mix. I've only been mixing about a pint of resin at the very most. So, as a matter of fact, I've been down here for the wood filling. I've only been mixing between 4 and 8 ounces at a time.
Yeah.
Because if I mix more than that, I think my second batch I made too much and it turned on me.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happens, it's no longer usable.
Yeah, it's just a block, right?
It goes from like a nice thick creamy consistency to basically it turns to jelly or a gel, and then it's like done. Like
Oh,
it
I see.
starts its curing process and starts going all the way. It's done.
Okay.
So the resin, I can't remember. Is it like a 2-part thing you have to mix together, or
Yep.
how does that get mixed?
Yep. So it just has a hardener in it.
All right.
So I'm not going to touch it because there's residue, but there's a little bottle of hardener, which I use an old Saliford syringe to measure it.
Yeah.
And then you got the actual resin. So, but yeah, I put them into a little mixing cup that I can see the pour on the side to tell me how much, and then I dose the right amount of milliliters, stir it up, and then it's good to go.
And
so,
what, do you use a brush or a knife?
Yep, but I'm just using epoxy or adhesive brushes right now. When I do the big area, I'm probably going to go to a roller.
Right.
But we'll see. When it comes to the fiberglass itself, I'm going to try the roller, but I haven't been doing it on the beams because the thing with it is that you have to wet out the fiberglass, and a lot of that's kind of like there is a brushing action, but it's also a blotting action.
Yeah, yeah.
So
well, the only thing about a roller that I'd worry about with chemicals would be the spray from the backside, like, I don't know if there's a cover or a shield or something you have on those things.
No, there isn't. But no, that's the other thing too, is that if you roll fast, yeah, you are going to get that spray. So, but when I go to do that, I'll be in a full body Tyvek suit too. So,
yeah.
I've just been doing wood filler down here, so there's not like a lot getting thrown around. So I'm just in my respirator and
is it a
safety glasses.
Carbon respirator?
Oh yeah, it's got a carbon block and a regular filter.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius just says look into a carbon, and the hardener is the nasty chemical. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that stuff on you. So
Hmm.
Hold on a second. My
Oh
puppy
boy,
is.
not happy.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Where's my dad? That's hilarious. Yeah, my lights are out, but I have the LED lights that are the decorative ones up
Oh,
around
nice.
the ceiling. The front I don't know what's up. I still haven't fixed the light programming, but I don't really care. So yeah.
It's kind of a cool moonlight. How long does it stay on after the rest go out?
It shuts off at 11.
Oh,
So
okay.
the very first light comes on at the back at around 8 in the morning. It's really dim. Then around 9:30, 2 bar lights come on. And then around 10, 2 more bar lights come on. And then around 11, this front Atlantic comes on. And it's low light. I've got it set on like a 50% only on the blue channel, channel 2. And I'm slowly increasing because we did do the par readings.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so that's I actually I should have brought my par map, but so the dog, was he just going, "Where is my dad?" Or
Yeah, yeah. He didn't know where I was, even though I was in the tent. So, but yeah. So that's the grand tour of all the fun there.
yeah.
But
I was saying earlier, I'm going to have to come up with a way to get onto the stream with my phone so that I can show, like, do a bit of a tour of the tank because it is really hard to get video. It's just so many things in there that I haven't shown because I can't capture the right angle. Like, yeah, one of these days. Yeah, without that awful feedback hurting everybody, that was terrible. Anyway, so how's everything doing? All the corals, fish, bioluminescence, Stabby, and Stabby Junior, and
they seem to all be doing okay. The only thing I've been really watching, and I'm gonna probably start a water change here in the next few days. Some of the acros have dulled a little bit, but I've been consuming quite a bit of magnesium, so I've been dosing a lot of magnesium, and my calc, I've kept that pretty steady. My alkalinity just started to drop slightly, so I got to keep an eye on that, and hopefully, a lot of stuff's looking pretty good. I was watching it more so today with all the fiberglass fumes.
right.
So
Yeah, what is the deal? I mean, like, to me, I can't imagine that fumes, if we can smell it, I can't imagine it's not having any impact on gas exchange with the water. And like, they talk about scented candles and you get the white slime because the vapors become food for bacteria. And we had a gas leak in one of the pipes in our furnace right after we moved in. And they came and they fixed that. But at the same time, they discovered that one of the vent pipes is dripping water. So in order to fix that, they have to use this glue that is just an awful, awful smell. I don't know what it is. And so we told them to come back when the one tank is out of there and when we can hang up a sheet to shield whatever else is down there and do the job, like, to finish it. And for now, my husband just wraps like a paper towel around the pipe with just a twist tie. So anything that drips down just catches in the paper towel and evaporates because it was going all the way to the bottom and rusting out the body of the furnace. It's a new house, right? And well, it wasn't. That's a lot more dramatic. It was making rust spots, so you could see the potential if this went on for it to actually cause a problem. Anyway, so the fumes, like, if the water's turbulent and there's fumes in the air, you gotta wonder, right?
well, I mean, if you can smell it, there's molecules in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it becomes is it water soluble?
Yeah.
and it might not go into a solution when it hits water. It just depends on what
aerosol.
Yeah, I mean, it might touch the water and accumulate on the surface, but it might not actually break down in it.
Mm-hmm. Or combine with it, yeah.
I don't know that level of chemistry for this stuff.
No. Well, you know what I even wonder? When we have the HRV pulling air in from outside and our lovely neighbors decide they're going to burn wet wood in their backyard. That smell comes in the house. And aside from the fact, thanks a lot, now my bedroom stinks and I can't sleep with the windows open. Like, what happens to the air that gets drawn in, that gets circulated around the tanks? Like, I don't know whether wood smoke is bad, you know?
Well, it's going to have, so it all depends on what's burning. So if it's just wood, if there's no pesticides or anything in it, it might just simply be that floating around. Now, if there was something toxic to the sap,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that potentially could cause problems, but it depends on the concentration. I mean, that's why, well, on my outside air draws, I always run carbon and filters on them to block most of that out, because I actually wouldn't be as concerned about the wood smoke necessarily, at least just from regular wood burning. If it was like a house fire or something, like that would definitely be, or like a vehicle burning, that's more concerning, which actually happened at my old house. I went outside to take the dogs outside, and there was just this horrid, like, it was difficult for me to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran in the house and shut off my outside air draw.
Yeah.
When I was driving to work, there was a semi truck that had caught fire, and it was like, the way the wind was blowing, my house was like a mile away, but it was just hanging low, and it was really bad. So
I've also heard horror stories of people who ran their skimmer lines for outside air, and then their neighbors go to do some pesticides or get sprayed or whatever, and it had some very negative effects. I think it happened to Telegram too. He thought that might have been part of the evil that got into his tank, but
we have a filter on our outside air draw. It's filter floss with carbon, and then more filter floss in a tube, and it's got a narrow nozzle intake. So, I figure that's all we can really do, other than be aware and, like you say, shut it off if you know of something that's going on.
I gotta change my carbon block on mine. It's old, but this is my carbon block here.
Yep.
So this whole cylinder's filled up. So.
Yep.
But
yeah, I never even thought about. I'm going to ask my husband. I don't know if there is an external filter on the air draw for the HRV. No idea. But
there generally will be one. If it's not right on the intake, they'll usually be on the unit itself. It'll have an air filter.
Yeah, I mean, I know they have those flat filters that go in, but I don't know that that's necessarily, enough. So
yeah, I just cleaned my dehumidifier air filter the other week, and I was like, ooh, that's bad.
Yeah. It happens fast, too.
Yeah, I was changing my furnace filter, and I was like, I should do that, too. So got it on the list.
Yep, he changes ours once a month without fail because construction. And we've been here almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in November, believe it or not. And the first year was really bad for dust everywhere. Second year, not as bad, but it's still surprising how dirty it gets. Yeah, Marcus Aerolis is just saying gas is far different than acetone, methyl ethyl ketone peroxide, or others. You have to really look into what you're dealing with. Am a sort of chemist, then you also have to look into the biological effects of said chemical. Yeah. Yeah, so why doesn't anybody talk about Goniopora toxin?
They will the second that somebody gets hospitalized from it.
Yep, I still have scars on the inside of my elbow. I can see them because the skin is puckered in the 2 spots that were really bad. You know, and that's
I hate to say, Cindy, but what someone would probably say is, well, we'd really need to have some empirical data here, and we'd have to test it again.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I did have somebody say, "Does you know Cnidarians sting?" You know, and my concern is like, yeah, I know. Like, what am I, stupid? I'm just concerned about not all of them produce toxins, and not all the toxins matter. You know.
Yeah. And some people are more sensitive to different types of toxins. Like I've heard of people that are really sensitive to like anemones, and they won't even handle them with their hands because they'll break out.
Yep.
Yeah, I never had really many problems with those myself. I think the carpets I always used to get a little more concerned, and then I was around. We had the LFS I was at. We had a couple of adhesive anemones, and I was like, I'm a dumb kid, but I'm not that dumb. I'm not gonna play. Let's see how sticky this one really is.
Sci-fi movie. Let's put it on my head.
I'll say this though, and the person was not the brightest when it came to doing stuff at the LFS when I was there. And a good word of caution to anyone, and this would go for corals, anemones, or even fish too, or live rock or anything. If you're handling a bunch of sea anemones with your bare hands, don't rub your eyes. That's bad.
Good advice.
Their eyes swelled up really bad.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And that goes for whether you're wearing gloves or not.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing too. Is like I've had to be really cautious with all the fiberglass stuff because I don't want it on me.
Yeah.
And I certainly, I got safety glasses on and stuff. But it was funny because I was cleaning my safety glasses the other day, and I was like, "What's this spot on there?" Actually, it was today. And there were 2 drips of resin that were on there. And I was like, ugh. That's not something you want to get in your eye.
No.
Anywhere near it. Oof.
Well, and it's not good either because the way to clean that stuff off if it's not cured is acetone. And that's not a good thing to touch either. So
nope.
No.
So that's my game I got to play is go and apply the fiberglass, wet everything out. Once I'm got it down, I do the rollers, the fiberglass rollers, which I think I have any more of those down here. I think I took them all up there. Yep, I think so. But the fiberglass rollers, they're like steel rollers with little lines in them, and it just helps smooth it out. But I accidentally forgot to clean one of those, and I'm almost tempted to just buy another set for $20 because cleaning it's going to be harder than trying to. It'd just be cheaper for my time. So.
Well, and even trying to handle it because, even just to get it off, it has to be malleable enough to remove it. I don't know. Yeah,
really the only way to do it is to cut it off or scrape it off or grind it off, which I'll say the vibrating sander I bought a grout and tile blade for it that's abrasive. Cuts right through fiberglass, but you don't want to do that without a respirator on.
Yeah, no kidding.
So that's the one thing with the fiberglass, like if I'm using the resin or I'm sanding, you got to have a respirator on. You can't go without that. And then pretty much every time I've done a bunch of it, I go hop in the shower afterwards just to rinse off.
Yeah.
And then
first time I put out the 35% peroxide into my little vessel, I had the full kit on, including a respirator. And so I'm pouring it, and my husband's standing over there, and I went, "You're not wearing a respirator." So anyway.
Yeah, some of that, yeah, that's no joke with that stuff. You always want to be protected, and
Yeah.
that's why I put the active ventilation into the tent here, because it's every, I don't know, it's every like 5 to 7 minutes the air's changed out in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Better safe than sorry. I mean, I just can, I don't know. I just imagined, because you know what it's like. You think, oh yeah, I'm pouring it, it's fine. So, because I have arthritis, what if my thumb slips? And the way it slips means I can't hold the bottle anymore because it hurts then you get splashing and then you're in trouble. Yeah, Marcus is exactly idiopathic response. A coral toxin, something might hurt me, may not hurt you. Now, speaking of that, now that I touch this, now it's bugging me.
and the funny thing is somebody posts a comment on my Instagram about fiberglass or says, "Ooh, it looks itchy." I start itching because,
Yeah,
which it's surprising. I haven't done a lot of sanding or cutting of it yet, and I've been fairly cautious with that to just, mind with the way the breeze is in the garage.
yeah.
And then if I do any sweeping or anything, I do a little bit and I walk away for a while, let everything settle. So.
Yep, I can't remember. Someone made a comment which was very true about when I got stung with this thing, and then I was leaning on the tank. Just leaning my skin on the lettering created a bunch of micro abrasions that probably allowed the toxin to get through my skin.
Yeah.
Makes total sense. And I was thinking that about fiberglass because it's borderline microscopic. That's so small that you try and wipe it off and you're really just wiping it in.
And this was years ago. I learned this in dealing with fiberglass, just because like fiberglass tanks and stuff, not actually doing the work with it, but just being around it or even the insulation and getting the itchies. I would now, if I've got problems with it, I get a pumice stone.
Mm-hmm.
Or a pumice soap that will basically abrasively break it off, remove it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's one part of this job. I'm really hoping I'm going to see in how I do it here, because I'm going to be in the tent. I might just run the vacuum hose to it and just vacuum it out as I'm cutting and sanding to kind of minimize what's getting tossed up, because it'll be pretty easy with my tent to have the ventilation going and put a vacuum line in. So.
And is the stuff heavy enough to drop, or does it stay suspended in the air? That you're like the fiberglass.
Well, I mean, everything that I've seen after I do cutting and stuff, it does fall. But I mean, I wouldn't take a chance without a respirator on. I mean, I won't even, like with my garage, when I start that, I won't even open the door without one on.
Yeah.
And then even after, I actually did some fiberglassing late tonight because my wife and I were just enjoying some of the evening, and then she's like, "Well, you can go downstairs or something." I was like, "I'm going to the garage so I could do more fiberglass." So it's I will say that these top brace beams are just a ever-loving pain in the butt, because I had to cut strips for each side. So I'm fiberglassing 3 sides with 2 different types of fiberglass. So 12 long strips of it. And I got to cut around, some of my pocket hole jig screws. And so And then there is overlap on it, so then I'm removing that later. It's not fun, and that's why I'm kind of hoping with the big tank, I'm gonna do the bottom. I'll do the corner of it. I think I'm probably just gonna cut like maybe a 5-inch strip, so I could do the corner on the bottom brace beam all the way around. I'll probably try and do it with continuous pieces because I got some really long rolls.
Fiberglass is almost as bad as asbestos.
Oh,
These freaking trolls, jeez, for crying out loud.
yep. I think I lost it for a second. Still there?
Yep, are you?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm here. Sorry. I'm trying
Yeah,
to block
Got
this
some-
troll we got going on here.
Yeah, I got some bots in the chat.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So how wide are the fiberglass rolls?
They're 39 or 40 inches wide.
Okay.
Then they're the ones like 540 inches long is the woven cloth stuff. So, and then the chop strand mat, that's, I'm trying to think. I think they're a little over 30 feet long. So
Okay.
I just had to figure out, just because that's going to be the majority of the resin and everything that I got to do. And I really want to experiment with these beams first to see how strong it gets down here in the tent.
Yeah.
Because if it's getting too strong and getting outside the tent, because like usually when I walk out, like I'll get a little bit of a smell over here, and maybe a little bit in the rest of the basement. But if it starts getting overwhelming, then yeah, I'm probably going to do it in smaller bites. So yeah, because
So are you gonna do like 4 sheets across and then just go lengthwise down the bottom?
yeah, that's kind of the plan. And then I'll probably trim up a little bit lengthwise. I'll have some overlap, but I'm not going to do a crazy amount of it.
Yeah.
So,
Marcus, oh, go ahead.
So you say that the chop strand mat is really the stuff that takes the longer amount of time because it takes a ton of resin to soak it through properly.
Oh, gotcha.
Marcus is just asking about the viewing panes. I know you've talked about that before.
Well, once the fiberglass and then pond armor goes on, I'm gonna take final measurements for those.
Yeah.
So.
And it's going to be glass.
Yep, 3/4 inch glass.
Yep.
So.
Cool. Cool.
And those are gonna run down the length of the side right there.
The entire perimeter of the tank will be, all the sides will be glass.
Including against the wall?
Yep.
Yep.
I almost was going to build that out as plywood, but the problem is that because it's inaccessible, and I'm making it, then I'd be combining in different flavors of structure. I said, you know what? The glass, yes, there is a bit more of a cost, but honestly, for the amount of labor that it would take to do that properly, I would much rather just spend a little extra for the glass, because really with it, if I did wood back there, I probably would have had to narrow the tank to make a platform back there for walking. And I didn't want to do that. So.
Well, plus remember the Boeing thing, and how on earth would you ever deal with that? If it
Well, that I don't think would be a problem now because I probably would have made it even more. I probably would have used like 2x6s, but
so you would have gone ahead, yeah.
it would have been a really expensive structure. So, we'll see though. I mean, it's just a matter of time now to get this done and then get glass quotes and find out how much that's going to be.
Yeah. Marcus, you heard him say 3/4 inch, I think. Yeah, it's I'm just blown away by how far you've got in such a short time with this, because man, it was just a concept. And do you have like a project management flow, anything written down for this as to what's going to happen next, and like a project management flow thing?
Like
I don't know what they're called. Yeah,
There is, but it's all in here.
yeah, exactly.
Big old checklist.
Yeah, I had a few people that are like, "Where's your CAD drawings for this?" And I'm like, "In here." So, no, I've always been pretty fluid in the fact that it doesn't have to always go in the order I think it should. A good example of that, I built the stand. I got done with the stand and I said, I'm going to build the tank bottom. Then I'm going to mess with the canopy. And as I was building the tank stand, I go, there's no way I'm going to be able to install the canopy columns with the bottom in. So I flipped that around and built the canopy first. So, and
that stuff doesn't show up until you're actually in it.
And that's a big piece of it too, is that this is not, even now, like how I'm fiberglassing things, I have really changed the order in which I'm doing things several times.
Yeah.
So, taking some beams outside, I didn't think I was going to do that. And I was like, yeah, let's just take them out there and make it easier on myself. And then that gave me a lot of good practice and has been teaching me a little bit more. So I got a good method down. So then I'm going to do wood filling, sanding, cleanup. Then I'll bring all the fiberglass in and I'm going to cut the fiberglass for everything. I'll probably do the beams, the tank perimeter, and probably the whole bottom, and I'll get everything done. And then I'm just going to label them all with painter's tape and number them and letter them. And then that I might make a little sketch just to say what goes where.
So the fiberglassing that you're doing, that you're cutting in and putting in, that's serving as waterproofing to protect the wood, essentially?
It is in part waterproofing, so it will in part do that, but really it's about strengthening it too.
Strengthening it? Okay.
Yeah. So it does have some waterproofing qualities, but fiberglass does absorb moisture over time if it's not protected. So that's why it's going to get epoxied afterwards.
Yeah. Marcus wishes he had the space. You also have to be crazy, Marcus. Are you crazy? Oh yeah.
So no, it's coming along. It's just, this is another big job. It's just a little bit more out of my comfort zone too, because every day that I do fiberglassing, I can now say this is the most experience I've ever had with it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So.
Well, and when one of your friends or somebody that you know decides to do this, you can say, I'll come and help you. Or not.
Or just give you advice.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll probably be in the I'll help you out mode
Yeah.
and give some advice and maybe some light work. But then again, I don't know. As you said, someone had to be crazy to do this, and they'd probably look at it and be like, "Oh, so it's a small job."
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and
So,
Marcus is asking if you're getting any sharks. Everybody wants to know about sharks.
so this is an appropriate size tank, and I am very much considering in the reef tank side, possibly some smaller species of sharks are raised. Probably more benthic sharks, like epaulets. Um, I've always wanted blue dot stingrays, but I've never even thought of it because I didn't have a tank for them. And I could honestly say I will have a tank big enough for them. And they would go in the reef side.
Like, how would you source those, though? Like, I've never even, like, seen any available.
Well, so even though it's been, almost 20 years, 17 years since I've worked in an LFS, there's always stuff available. Like, there's stuff available quite a bit. On the shark front, there's some people breeding them out there, which would probably be my preferred method is if I can get some captive bred.
You can get a shark egg from Top Shelf Aquatics.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the thing now is you buy the egg and then you hatch it.
Well, the only thing I'd say about that too is you got to really be careful where you're sourcing from, because what little reading I've done, like there's bamboo sharks and coral cat sharks, and sometimes they interchange the names, and one gets 3-4 feet, the other one stays more in that 2-3 foot range. So I don't know that. And I'll be honest, it's not going to be like hey, it gets running, let's do that. It's probably going to be hey, the tank's been running for a year or two.
Yeah.
Unless there was the only thing I would take out of that is that if I got a call from my LFS and was like, hey, I'm doing a teardown and someone has this stuff and I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now I've already got, there is I think it's a queen angel. I can't remember, or a blue angel. Somebody's got a really big angel. They've gotten in like a 400. And basically it's, well, when your tanks get running, they want it to go to a good home.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna take my time with that because this is not gonna be a hey, let's fill it with fish tomorrow type of deal. It's probably gonna take me years.
Yeah,
I think that's
gonna be a long process.
Yeah, and you can really think about what you're doing, and you can, I mean, at this stage of the game, once you've been in it for a while, you totally can avoid that impulse buying 90% of the time because you know enough about the problems that you encounter from impulse buys,
Yeah. Well, I think with my last tank too, I got reminded of that when I was like, well, let's get fish every week. And then that turned into a disaster. So I should have known better. And that's why I usually I buy fish once a month.
Yeah.
And they're going to all go in the 100-gallon now, unless it's something that's ultra sensitive that really just needs to go right into a tank. And then I always do dipping when I acclimate. So
you do safety stop or
Paragard.
Oh, Paragard. Okay.
Yeah, I usually do a 45-minute acclimation, 45 minutes to an hour. Usually I swap out a third of the water, replace my water, normally just in the bag. If it's something big, I'll put it in a bucket, but I usually prefer a bag, and that way I can control it a little better. And then If it's a, something like, let's say, like a purple tang, for the last 15 minutes of the acclimation, when I put the water in, I'll put a whole cap full of Paragard in with it.
Oh, okay.
And then, but I will say you don't want to go much longer than 15 minutes with that. That's a pretty strong dip. And then what I do is I'll get the fish in a specimen cup, and then I'll get 2 to 3 times that amount of water, and I'll dump it in there with them, and I'll flush them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'll do that several times, and then I'll go put them in. But I'll also add, I am very loyal and strict with going to my LFS, my one LFS. I get all my fish from him.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, the only ones that haven't technically been from him are rehomes that I've got where people have dropped them off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I'm fine with used fish. I mean, my yellow tang, and the fox face downstairs, they're both from other tanks. And
My Regal Angel was a tear down, and
mm-hmm.
that thing's been jamming.
But you see, even if you do that through an LFS, it works better because then you have that opportunity to have it held somewhere to make sure that it's healthy, as opposed to picking it up and bringing it straight home. You know what I mean? That's what has happened with the 2 that I've got. They're both through an LFS. And
I'll say this. Usually if he's like the Regal Angel, I took it straight from the teardown.
oh yeah.
But he also was servicing the tank. He also knew the person,
Mm-hmm.
knew he had serviced the tank, and he's like, they've had that Regal Angel for like 3 years.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty solid at that point.
As opposed to somebody
yeah.
you know, and that's the first time you ever met them.
Right.
Yeah,
I like to keep my eye on fish, and I'll go to my fish store over and over, and like if I see a fish that had been there for about a month or whatever, then I'll go ahead and pick them up. I'll still put them through my observation tank, but it makes me feel a lot better that they do have copper in their tank. It's not a therapeutic level always because they're changing out water, but they are eating healthy, and because I know my LFS feeds them every day, and there's actually a mono that they have. I was going to pick it up today, but I ended up getting a pump instead. But
if you're interested in monos in a reef tank, check out Fish of Hex if you haven't already.
oh yeah. Does he have them?
Not now. They killed themselves essentially
Oh really?
because they're very skittish,
Huh.
and they essentially just ran into things and didn't survive. I remember when I first started watching his stuff, and he had the monos. He had like 3 or 4 of them, and they're gorgeous. They really are.
They're really pretty fish.
But he said he loved them, but they just didn't survive because they're so, they're terrified when you walk in the room and they dart everywhere.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this particular one that I've been looking at has been there for about 2 months.
Wow.
And it seems to be swimming around, and it'll swim to like the front of the glass a lot too, to kind of like check things out.
Yeah.
And people are in and out there all the time. So
maybe they're different when they're solitary.
maybe they are compared to like schooling.
Yeah.
One dart, they all dart.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it depends too, and how many other, tank size and stuff. Because I know, I remember him having some of those monos too, and he's got monos are. I always looked at them as more of like a brackish water mangrove fish, and
Yep.
I was gonna say his tank he had a fair amount of cover in it, but I could see too if the fish really took off and they could whack into things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the same reason I won't keep birds' nests with the really pointy needle-like branches in my tank, because once I get everything in there, well, just the way the tangs, the purple and the yellow, I think they're playing. I've never seen them actually slap each other. They don't have any marks on them. I think they're just
Playing chase.
I don't know what it is like it, but it doesn't strike me as aggression so
Yeah,
much as it strikes me as you're it sort of thing,
right.
like play. But anyway, the way they zoom around, I really wouldn't want to get them lacerated on anything. So I'm not going to use those pointy ones.
Yeah, my chromis live in my bird's nest, so I wouldn't want them, and they can be skittish too.
Yeah.
I'd hate for them to accidentally get scratched or something on it.
Guess I never really, outside of fish that really can't take flow, I've never really tried to hold anything up because of that.
Hmm.
And I guess part of it too is just from all my experience snorkeling, especially at areas where waves are breaking and there's lots of wave action in and out, and I'm just like, yeah, if something hit this, I mean, you're gonna have a bad day. But just to see how the tangs, especially in Hawaii, I mean, there's big 3-foot waves coming in and slamming everything back and forth. The rocks are full of urchins and sharp corals, and I'm just like, if they miss every now and then and get scratched, I mean,
Yeah.
if it's a healthy tank, it shouldn't hurt anything.
Right.
I
They
guess
should
it's
heal up
different,
just
though,
fine.
if there's 30 of them compared to the one that you have. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like in their natural environment, they're going to encounter dangers like that. But I don't know. I just feel like I don't want to deal with it if it happens.
Yeah, me neither.
Looking for peace. So we'll see how peaceful we are when I throw like 10 or 12 blue damsels in there at the end.
Now, I'm gonna definitely put some reserve damsels in, and then in the big fish side, I really want to put some of those orange tail damsels,
Hmm.
and then I definitely want to get a bunch of purple pseudochromis too.
I like the domino damsels, but apparently they're like the jerk of the.
I've heard they're the meanest, but I've never seen it.
They,
Do
if
you
they kept
have
that ultra black
Yeah.
color when they got older, I would probably be a little bit more in tune, but they get this ugly brown gray.
Yeah.
And
Did
yeah,
you
they are just, they're evil.
Did you have one?
No.
I can't remember. I can't remember who
I
had. Somebody had one.
that one I'll buy regular blue damsels. The orange tails are more or less the same thing. Like I would get those no problem in the aggressive side of the tank. I think they had a beautiful splash of color.
Yeah.
And yeah, they are aggressive, but well, just like the purple pseudochromis in my 700, I remember a few people were like, "You're gonna put more than one of those together? Are you insane? Like they're gonna kill everything." And I'm like, "We'll see about that." And then what happens? I ended up with 3 of them. They were breeding. Um, just
Yeah.
had some gorgeous color and behavior, and I want that again is to get those guys in there. I just got to figure out with my dividers how I'm going to work that, because I don't necessarily want them getting in the reef, because that's going to be more Royal Grammas or
Yeah.
maybe some Friedmanis, some biota ones.
Yeah. Marcus says he's always wanted a sweet lips, but sweet lips change too. Like they're really cool with the spots and everything, and then as they get big, it's a type of grouper, isn't it? A sweet lip? No.
Well, they're a different.
Mm.
There's some. Oh God, I'm trying to think. Hold on. Now I got to pull out the book, one of the books.
Here we go.
Let me set this down here. Now I'm trying to remember if I got if sweet lips are in this book.
Marcus says they're snappers.
Yeah. You know, when I worked at the LFS, we used to try and get them in every now and then, and they had a horrible survival rate coming in.
Well, what about Australian stripies? Like that's what I don't know what the scientific name is, but they're really cool looking fish.
They are. I think Luca has some Mahina corals. I don't know where. I think he like knew a guy who knew a guy or something.
Right.
But he got some. But I've never seen him. And like I have like 3 or 4 different LFSs in my area, and I've never seen him.
What is it?
It's
The
called
Australian stripey.
Yeah, if you just look up stripey fish, it comes up. Yeah, it's because they get over 2 feet long. He's talking about sweet lips. Yeah.
Yeah. There's the other ones I've been seeing more people been trying to keep is the beams, or what are they? Breams. That's it.
Oh,
I think it's breams.
sea bream?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that yet.
Now I'm trying to remember if that name is correct.
I think it's spelled BREAM. Sea bream.
Yeah, I think breams. They're not. Oh, not bream. Tilefish. I think tilefish are breams.
Oh, are they?
I can't remember now. This is what happens when you get out of fish keeping mode and back into build mode.
Yeah, or they get reclassified and the name gets changed. Oh no, wait, that's coral.
I definitely have. Yeah, I don't plan on necessarily getting a lot of stuff that gets ultra big.
No.
I mean, wouldn't mind the sharks or the rays, but I'm not getting groupers or anything.
Yeah.
No,
If you need an acanthurus, I got one for you.
No, it's not breams. Wow, what was I thinking of?
I'm just gonna. I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, those are, tilefish. What are those things? Oh,
Yeah, I think Jake Adams has some. He's got like a trio of them. But they're like jumpy.
Oh, the tilefish.
Yeah. They like to swim up at the top of the
that
surface.
was another one. With them, but again, that was 17 years ago. When I look for Australian stripey, I see some.
They're like yellow with a black stripe on them.
Horizontal ones. They're a type of butterfly.
I think so. Yeah, they kind of look like a butterfly. But supposedly they're really great for aptasia control.
I've never messed around with butterflies before. I think I tried a copper band once or twice, and that was it.
Yeah, I've never ventured into that.
I thought I wanted pyramid butterflies, but then somebody talked about how they really are like reef safe with caution, but yeah, no, they do really nip at coral.
I heard some of them can eat some sponge too.
Yeah. I had to go and grab Diet
one
Pepsi.
I would love to get, but I don't think I would be able to just with some of the other tank inhabitants. I love tassel filefish.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
old one. Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of a different one. The tassel, yes. They've got little.
it's got all the frillies on the ends and super ornate.
I've
Those are
had them
really
once
cool.
before. They grow like little weeds. They get big, but I don't know how that would work out with some of the triggers and stuff and the angels I want to keep. I'd be worried that the angels might mess with them.
Yeah.
And it's not going in the reef. That's for
Right. Yeah. Filefish are just too much of a wild card.
Yeah, well, that's why I'd much rather just split. I like having my split display. Now I'm looking to see. No.
Well, once I get all of the other fish that I'm looking for, an Acanthrus nigricans, which is the gold rim tang, and flame hawk. I'm hoping if Kathy has to rehome her Moorish idol that I can maybe buy it from her.
Oh, that was a pretty one.
It's been in a tank, right?
It's really big.
Yep. And
Looked really healthy too.
yeah, exactly. And the damsels and whatever, but I would love to get a pink tail trigger. I think they are the coolest fish. Am I going to do any? Are you going to do any Anthias, Alex? I think I know I'm not, because they need feeding so frequently. I'm afraid I would overdo it, and then I'd end up with nutrient problems. And plus, I've heard that I've read that they're kind of like chromis. You start with 6, and by the time they kill each other off, you have 3 or 4, or
Yeah.
2 or 3.
So there's a couple of things on that. One, I was on the verge of starting to do Anthias for my last 480
Yep.
because I felt it was finally at a maturity point, and I was going to set up some, automatic feeders with a lot of small stuff. Plus, I knew that the refugium was really cranking out a lot of small stuff. But yeah, like lyre tails are usually pretty good. They won't mess with each other, and I know Bartletts are beautiful, but they have a high tendency of killing off each other.
Mm-hmm.
And a piece of that too, I really will be interested to see is once I get the big tank going, is how much of that is just they don't have enough territory to where when someone gets dominant and they can't shove the other one out because the territory is not big enough.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm kind of curious to see.
Yep. Oh boy. Yeah, hey, Diacanthus. You're out there tonight? That's good. Catodon ostricus have popped up in the Mediterranean, evidence of some manner of feeding plasticity beyond coral prey. It's already a generalist by corallivorous butterfly standards. Oh, okay. I just looked it up. It's a very pretty fish. It's the common name is the black tail.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the golden Cuban basslets that Biota's breeding come down in price.
Oh, yeah.
They're down to
haven't even
600.
looked at those.
I think they were at like 700 or something for a while.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's pretty.
Isn't that nice? That's the Catodon ostricus.
I'll take one.
Black tail butterfly.
Yeah,
well, I said early in the stream I'm contemplating if I can get them a pair of captive bred gold flakes angels, because I just have a lot of faith in captive bred, maybe because the food is a certain thing from when they're really young and they survive on it. Maybe I might have some luck with it and get a pair. I just talk about too many fish. He had all these angels in his reef tanks, mind you. He
So
had
many.
coral. He had lots of coral that would support them when, whatever.
Yeah. No, he had plenty of polyps for them to eat too, and just like, so many that they could be happy, and seemed like he fed a lot too, pretty
Yeah.
healthily.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, that's what I was thinking of. Like, Biota has them, the blue line sea breams. Those are pretty, but they get huge. So
if Biota is breeding that fish and they get huge, who's their customer?
I would not be surprised if a piece of that is commercial.
Oh, okay.
And they are selling it to use as a food item, because there's a number of fish out there that they already do. They do grow, like some of the rabbit fish and stuff. I think I've seen. Those are a food item. So, but yeah, I'll say this much: that the list of fish they are selling now. Seeing things like lemon peel angels, purple tangs on there. Now I see they got regal angels on their site.
That's crazy,
Yeah.
and they're captive bred.
That's another thing, a captive bred regal I would consider. If I couldn't get a pair of gold flakes, I would get a regal. I know there's a risk, but as I said earlier, I'm moving away from the fleshy large polyps because of just sustainability reasons, I guess, more than anything. And so the risk might be lower that my favorite $300 sinurina is going to get ripped to rat shit by a fish that I should have known better.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, you can get the gold flakes. They do have them. They're on sale.
I know, $1,000.
No, they're $495 a piece.
Oh yeah, 1,000 for my pair. Yeah. Yeah. Diacanthus is wondering if you had considered a Meganthia species for the fish-only section. I wondered about the square spot. He says Meganthia species.
Meganthias.
And he said, I pronounced it wrong.
Oh, jeez.
Catodon austriacus. Definitely my favorite Corallocatodon subgenus. Like to see C. baronessa triangulum in person. Oh.
I just Googled it, and that's a giant fish. Swallowtail Meganthias. They're very pretty. Something tells me it probably gets too big for my tank. See, and that's the only thing too, is that I really want to avoid some of the outright I want to eat fish. Right now, that's it. What's ORE up to?
No way you can get gold flakes cheaper than that. Yeah, that I saw one on Live Aquaria for $7.99 for a small.
Man.
Just the way that things have been going with here, just looking at ORA. Let's see. They have epaulet sharks they're breeding at ORA. Speckled carpet sharks and epaulet sharks. Nurse sharks are too big.
And I mean, the only reason I'm even considering something like a gold flake angel or a pear or whatever, is because of um, the rocks that I've set up and the open swimming space that I have. And I've watched this coral beauty dive in and out of the rocks. All the fish do it. And so I know the environment is conducive to them being comfortable. So I'm not going to have the stress issues that you get with some of these fish. And I do know they get aggressive and territorial when they become mature. And with the water volume I have, I'm reasonably confident I'm not going to have a nutrient problem by feeding a lot, which also helps. So, we'll see. It'll be an experiment. Maybe I can find a used one somewhere.
Always be looking for the tank breakdowns. That's what I'm
right.
doing.
Well, there's speculation because of inflation and everything. I mean, I don't know about the States, but they're thinking it's going to be 8% up here by August.
Well, we're well beyond that already.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah,
because we're so used to low inflation, but there's a lot of speculation about people just not being able to stay in the hobby.
Yeah.
I think it seems like things have kind of peaked for the moment, but you gotta. I mean, there's a big time thing there.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's.
I think I see a lot of more and more beginners than I did when I first started reefing.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like every single YouTube channel or whatever is like pushing out like all the beginner content, like they have certain people, who will just, kick out that beginner content. And, I think it's good, some of the content out there is pretty good for beginners, but yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of tank breakdowns just on my local scene.
Yeah.
Some of them are because they're moving, but some others are just like, I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah. And I think another reason for all the beginners is that when I was a beginner, you couldn't really, you had to really be creative and do a lot of do it yourself to accommodate what you needed in a smaller tank. Now the variety of nanos and everything else, plus all the equipment that's made for them that didn't exist back when I started, has made it easier for people to start.
Yep.
So, I think there's that too. So there's going to be a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I haven't even been looking at the local stuff lately. So
that's how I got a couple of the frags from the fellow hobbyist, was watching the forum, and I'm very happy with what he sold me and what he gave me, and I was able to even give him one or two things that he didn't have and was actually interested in having. So,
Yeah, the best thing I probably got was some it was like 10-year-old Fiji live rock from a tank breakdown, and it came with some like really good sponges and stuff like that, and it came with the big vermitid snails, but I really don't care too much about them. They don't seem to be piss anything off too badly.
Well, did you guys see Phil's post on Insta of the vermetid colony he pulled off out of his?
Oh yeah, was it on a cord?
I've seen a couple of his before. His are monsters.
I have those. I broke one of those off of the red Goniopora when I moved it into the tank here, and I wasn't sure what it was. And then when I was moving stuff around in the observation tank, the one weepy toadstool frag, the stem was getting so long I didn't like it, so I just cut it off and stuck it in rubble to regrow, like to reattach. Well, I took the frag plug, like I took the little piece of rock stuff that I had and pulled it out and put it in a container because there was still part of the toadstool stem on there. And lo and behold, there's another one of them curled around under there. And it's the ones that are as thick as your little finger.
Uh-huh.
They're in segments that almost look like a nautilus, and they're curved. And I know there's one more in the observation tank on the piece of rock, the piece of Tonga branch that I pulled out of the 150 to move it over there so I could take some frags off. So that's 3 that I've seen that are huge, bigger than I've ever seen them before. So is there all of a sudden another surge of something new coming from somewhere that, because I've never seen them that big, and I have had vermetids in large quantities at certain times. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was the first time I've seen them.
I'm sure I've had a couple here and there. I mean, I've never seen a large number. I've always had small ones myself.
Yeah, I've always had the small ones, and while they can push out their webs a lot when you like storm the tank or whatever, those really don't seem to bother anything.
It's the big ones that are new.
Yeah.
Like I have not seen them before, but Phil pulled that out. It's must be an old colony. Just judging by how it looked. I have seen some in my tanks that are the size of the big branches that were sticking up from there. I have seen that in various places. In fact, that's one of the ones I took off the bottom of Bruce. The Symphilia was one like that. Yeah.
I have one. It's a small one, but it's like it was on the side of this Locani plug, and it's just the coral is just like going. It's encrusted all around it, and it's actually like an extra branch.
Are you frozen, Alex?
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is cutting out. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
You're back.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, looking forward to another fun day of fiberglassing tomorrow.
We bought a sunshade from Amazon that's big enough to. It's like a kind of like a half curved umbrella that you can put chairs underneath. So I got to open that up tomorrow and make sure it's not broken or whatever, so we can use it for when we're going to have our grandson over this week and get out the play pools and all of that. So we got to do that tomorrow. So
nice.
That's good. And also tomorrow I do have to do maintenance on the pump in the observation tank in what was Mollywood, because it's slight rattling noise. Yeah, you went all pixelated there for a second. It looked rather artistic.
Right. I thought the Matrix was glitching.
Yeah.
I shut my Wi-Fi off there. It's not cooperating.
So how about you, Garrett? What are you up to tomorrow?
I'm going to start working on a jump guard for this tank right here to make way for the new lights. So what I'm going to try and do is I got some polycarbonate, and I'm going to try and cut it, and instead of going like over, I'm going to try and just build like a border around it.
Yeah.
And then just go around that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not really worried about evaporation or whatever. I just don't want any fish to jump.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna make a template out of cardboard to make little cutouts for the wires and the top off.
Yeah.
And get that going.
Yeah. I still don't have a lid for mine. That's all I'm saying. I want to jinx myself.
I know. I've lost 3 fish so far because of the lid issues on this tank. So I just want a good one and just be done with it.
Yeah. Well, I think the Euro brace being like 5 inches wide all around.
Yeah, that helps out a lot.
It does help. I keep hearing splashing. What the heck are you doing?
That's not always a good sign.
Well, it seems to be coming from the middle of the tank, so I'm wondering if it's the J-bow. Because all those snails, if they've tilted it, it could be aiming out of the water more than I want it to. So there's that rattling again. So I'll have to check before I shut everything off for the night, because I don't want water. I don't want water spraying up.
Looks like Alex froze again.
Yeah.
Oh, again?
We can still hear you though.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay. Yeah, I had to turn my Wi-Fi off. It was misbehaving, so.
I should probably wrap it up anyway. It's after midnight. Wow. We still got 19 people hanging in there on a Saturday night. Crazy, man.
Yeah, get some rest, get up in the morning, and start fiberglassing.
Yep. Do you have any concept in your mind of when you might be done? This part of it?
Hoping to get this fiberglassing done in the next couple of weeks, because I got 2 beams that are, the fiberglass work is more or less done other than touch up, so I got to do cutting and sanding. The other 2 12-foot beams, I've got one that's 2 pieces away from being done, another that's 3, well, technically 4. And then with that, those got to be cut and sanded. And when they're all completed, then those will be done. And then it's the 2 beams in here and then the inside of the tank. So I think, honestly, the only thing that's going to slow me down is going to be just if I can't use as much resin as I, theoretically could all at once due to fumes. That'll slow me down a bit, but.
And what about, you're doing this in your garage?
Well, part of it in the garage, the rest of it's in the tank.
Because I was just thinking about temperature. Like, that's got to have some sort of an impact on the curing.
Yeah, temperature and humidity, but it's been actually pretty nice over here lately, and so it hasn't been too crazy hot or too cold or crazy humid. So
yeah, we've had that too, and now they're talking about the real normal summer weather coming in the next couple of weeks, which means 33 degrees that feels like 40 and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I get the garage stuff done this weekend for sure, and then it's just gonna be taking my time with the stuff in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm lucky, tomorrow I'll finish wood filling and sanding and do a cleanup down there so that I can start working on cutting fiberglass.
Yep. Oh, and I have to make more filter boxes for the overflow downstairs, because the ones that I made are starting to get those balls on the outside. They're starting to pill, and I'm a little concerned that it's affecting the filtration ability of it, because that's coming directly from the fabric. So I don't know whether they started out being 100 micron. I don't know whether they still would be 100 micron with the fabric losing its integrity like that. So I've been watching on Amazon, and with all of the Prime Day and all that kind of thing, even before that, I don't know whether people were clearing stuff out or what was going on. But when I first bought those sheets of the fleece fabric, 100 micron, 18 by 30, they were like $11. Then they went up to $17. Then they went up to $20, and then they went up to $26, $26. And so I've just been watching the pricing, and I ended up getting 2 for $12 each. My daughter got me a couple for $12 each. And then the price went up to $16. So I managed to get another one. Then they changed the price for the 36 by 30 sheets to $32, which is essentially $16 times two for the other. Like it's twice as big as the other ones that I was getting. So same discount. So I now have enough of the fabric to make another probably 10 of those filter boxes. And altogether, I think I spent around $70.
Nice.
So yeah, not bad. And I've come up with an kind of an adjustment to the design to fix a couple of the problems that, you know, you make it the first time and you don't quite think it all through. You think you have, and in use you find little problems like they collapse inwards at a certain point. So I got to change the angle of the corners and, you know, stuff like that, right?
Some little tweaks here and there.
Yeah. So I got to sit down and do that at some point because I really don't want to start seeing holes wearing right through the filter boxes from the laundry, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, look who it is. It's Reefing with O. Hey. We missed you last week. Oh, you said you were going to drop by, but we stopped at, I don't know what time it was, 10:30, something like that. 10:40, so it was early. But that just kind of is when it wound up. All right. Well, I think, you just dropped in time to say goodbye because Alex is frozen.
all my tank lights are off. Heyo.
Yeah, I was just going to say Garrett has no lights and Alex is frozen. And I got to check and make sure that Jabo isn't spraying my lights.
Now I have to go on. Oh, wow. Yeah, I am frozen.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
You kind of look like an explorer looking out over the land.
Right. Mapping your journey.
Yeah.
I guess I could turn my camera off then since it's not doing anything.
There you go.
Oh, well. All right. Well, let's say goodnight. And we'll be back next week. So hopefully everyone will join again. And anyone who's watching the replay, if you're still here, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Good time.
Thanks, Garrett and Alex. I appreciate the support because I would have been long gone if it was just me talking all night. And you know what? You guys make it really interesting. Like a lot of things come up that we can talk about, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I like it.
Cool.
Oh, it's fun time for sure. Yeah, time away from fiberglassing where I can unwind.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So everybody take care. Take it easy. Have a good week.
All right, you too.
Watch for the next week's video reminder and watch the video. I do put some effort into showing you some things that you might not see otherwise, and they're only like a couple minutes long. So anyway, good night all.
Good night.
Night.